So, Tyagi, I know that Blue Star is your brand, but you don't have to wear everything blue, no?
Today I have a mask also, which is blue.
I see. Yeah, but I'm wearing blue. See, I knew you were going to be there. Hope you like it.
You're always icon, sir, in terms of your attire that I have watched you ever since 2001.
Yeah. Well,
And
Janmi, I learned it together, you know. I used to go with him to these meetings to meet our clients, and he was always so spiffily dressed.
you were the
Just
first
now,
one.
as you can see, I have lost my tie and my jacket and everything. The small virus has knocked me out, what can I say?
And big guys in Mumbai, starting from Mukesh Ambani, is like that, Janmeja.
Yeah, he was always without a tie.
And
Yeah.
in BCG, you were the first one to break the culture with the Chinese scholar, if I recollect, in 2001, 2002.
No,
Yes.
no. Arun was so generous in that.
Yes. Yeah, I only had this Chinese collar shirts. Yeah.
Arun, I never told you we had to once go to Taj, and I was attending some Israeli,
Mm-hmm.
their some delegation had come, and we had to have a conversation
Mm-hmm.
on the potential of India.
Mm-hmm.
And they had seen you walk in with me. You were going to meet KK at that time,
Mm-hmm.
and you were wearing one of your shirts, and
Mm-hmm.
they were wondering whether you were, sympathetic to Iran.
Oh, really?
Mm. So I said, long before Iran, we had discovered these shirts. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't realize that they were connected with Iran in some people's minds. Yeah, I used to see them at that shop called Maharaja at the uh, ground floor of the Taj Hotel. He used a very nice one made out of linen.
Mr. Godrej, your video is not on, please.
He's gone to find a tie.
I wouldn't bet on that.
I know. He was one of those, even in those days, he would show up without a tie. Janme, is Sunil still with you?
Yes, he is still with me. The poor fellow has had a bit of an accident, so he's out of commission for a month.
Oh, but you don't need to drive out much, so I guess.
Yeah, in fact, actually, nowadays I have started going to office 2, 3 days a week, but no one goes to the office, and so I drive myself. I have parking there.
Mm-hmm. Aggie, are you going out? Office, factory?
I have been attending office from June first week, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I began traveling in order to understand, but I suspended it. It is very unsafe. Our offices, factories are with full strength. Actually, offices work with around 1/3.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know where the problem is, but not completely knocked off. So, Arun, you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, good morning.
Good
So
morning.
now we can see your video too.
Oh,
Yes,
wonderful,
yes.
wonderful.
Yes, we are. I lost the bet. You don't have a tie, or rather, I won the bet. Actually, I don't know what we betted. Janmi and I both said that it is highly, highly unlikely that you'll be wearing a tie.
I don't know.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, I think I think Tyag is the only one wearing a tie today, is it?
I can remove it, sir, if you want.
No, it's important that somebody keeps the sartorial elegance up.
No, and you got the big thing behind you, it says CII and all that. Yeah, you got to show us off properly.
Yeah.
CII organized a session with Sadhguru in the month of April. Many of us wearing ties and suit. He was very annoyed.
Yeah. Good. I don't know whether my bandwidth is good enough today, but it's been giving trouble over time. So if there's a problem, then I'll always can put the video off. But right now you can hear me clearly, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jane, you will tell us when to start.
Mr. Tyagarajan, I suggest we begin.
Thank you. Mr. Jamshid Godrej, Chairman, CII Manufacturing Summit, past President, CII, Chairman and Managing Director, Godrej and Boyce Manufacturing Company Limited. Mr. Arun Mehra, Mentor, CII Manufacturing Summit, former member of the Planning Commission of India, former Chairman of BCG. Dr. Janmej Sinha, Chairman, India, Boston Consulting Group, distinguished leaders from Indian and international companies, senior representatives from diplomatic missions. Friends, a very good morning to all of you. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 18th edition of the Manufacturing Summit, one of the flagship events of CII. On behalf of CII, I would like to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy schedule and being present here for this very important initiative for the Indian manufacturing sector. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Arun Mehra, Mentor, CII Manufacturing Summit, former member Planning Commission of India, former chairman, BCG. He has always been a friend and a guide to CII and has always had a unique vision for taking Indian industry to the next level of growth and development. I also take this opportunity to mention about the book Mr. Mehra wrote recently, which is The Learning Factory, which focuses a great deal on the learnings and how it can transform the manufacturing sector, which is also what we are going to discuss and learn in the course of the next 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Mehra, for being a strong support and for being present today. I myself recollect in 2002 when Blue Star engaged with the BCG, you had cautioned us that you just can't be a services or contracting company, how manufacturing is important for our own growth. I remember this, and we are growing because of manufacturing and your advice at that point of time. I also take this opportunity to thank Mr. Jamshid Godrej, Chairman, CII Manufacturing Summit, past President, CII, and Chairman and Managing Director of Godrej and Boyce Manufacturing Company Limited, who has been championing the cause of furthering the progress and growth of Indian manufacturing sector over decades. Thank you, Mr. Godrej, for your leadership. This is the 18th of the Manufacturing Summit, and I recall again by coincidence in 2002, how you were spearheading the manufacturing growth, citing the example of China, and you spearheaded many studies we undertook at that point of time. Most importantly, I always remember you for the great program that you are spearheading again, the Visionary Leaders for Manufacturing, or VLFM. The COVID-19 pandemic, which hit the world in an unprecedented manner, forced manufacturing companies globally to think of innovative solutions to protect and grow their businesses in a highly challenging environment, while also ensuring safety of the lives of the employees. Many companies globally started analyzing their supply chains in a bid to minimize future risks. Some companies even shifted their manufacturing base out of China to countries such as Vietnam, Cambodia, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Thailand, and India. While COVID-19 created disruption of colossal proportions, it has offered Indian manufacturing an opportunity to revisit its competitiveness. New models of working have emerged, and companies are looking at going beyond domestic to explore new international markets. As per the data published by the United Nations Statistics Division, India stands at 3% of the global manufacturing output in 2018. This shows there is huge scope for India to develop its manufacturing footprint. We all know that for a country like India, which has a huge population of working age youth coming into the labor market every year, the development of manufacturing sector is a top priority. The Western region states have a very vibrant manufacturing footprint. Maharashtra government is closely working with us, and CII is spearheading many initiatives for growing not only in Maharashtra but in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Goa, the manufacturing sector for the development and expansion of the same. We undertake multitude of initiatives, including workshops, training programs, and conferences focusing on various functional aspects of manufacturing, such as quality, human resources, competitiveness, manufacturing excellence, leadership, Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, international trade, skilling, and sustainable manufacturing, among others. Study missions are organized to various manufacturing companies within and outside the Western region to promote learning of best practices. Quality control circle, Kaizen, and job safety analysis competitions are also organized to promote quality, efficiency, competitiveness, and safety in manufacturing enterprises. To promote business development for MSMEs, which form a very large portion of our membership, buyer-seller meetings or vendor development programs are organized at regular intervals, independently or as a part of major events. In addition, there are a variety of sessions organized for capacity building of MSMEs, covering aspects such as finance, technology, leadership, human resources, and entrepreneurship development, among others. CII has also been partnering with central and state government on major investment summits to promote and facilitate investments. Additionally, through its joint task forces with various state governments, CII continues to work towards attaining these ends. Over the past 17 editions, the summit has established itself as a powerful platform that brings together important stakeholders of the manufacturing sector and facilitates discussions that offers insights for the development of the sector. This year, alongside the virtual CII Manufacturing Summit, a virtual expo is being organized to bridge the gap between the manufacturing entities and the respective solution providers. The virtual expo features a wide array of machine tools, engineering equipment, paints and coatings, automation solutions, IoT offerings, auto components, and industrial flooring solutions, among others. The CII Manufacturing Expo will act as an effective interface to witness the advanced products and solutions and technology and for forging mutually beneficial partnerships. With the predominant presence of the leading Indian brands, the Expo will support indigenization initiatives and shall be a step towards answering Honorable Prime Minister's clarion call of Make in India, Make for the World. To add relevance to the summit, series of digital conferences on the varied aspects of industry requirements will be organized between 10th and 19th December 2020. These include CII West Tech Summit, the Environ Conclave, Renew India 2020, Leadership Conclave, Industrial Flooring Conclave 2020, and the Packaging Conference 2020. I also take this opportunity to applaud the sponsors for today's summit. They include the Platinum partner Godrej and Boyce, Gold partners Tata Autocomp and Blue Star, Silver partners OMR Bagla and Future Factory, Corporate partner Tata Chemicals, and Technical partner Boston Consulting Group. We are truly grateful to you for your support. I request all of you to actively participate in various sessions of the Manufacturing Summit and all these allied conferences. I also urge you to take advantage of the Manufacturing Expo by visiting various stalls. Thank you. I would now like to invite Mr. Godrej for setting the context of the summit and sharing some of his thoughts on building a robust manufacturing ecosystem in India. Over to you, Mr. Godrej.
Thank you, Tyag, and greatly appreciate the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 18th Manufacturing Summit. Our theme is Achieving True Potential of Indian Manufacturing, Building Sectoral Learning Ecosystems. I think over these 2 days, we will have an opportunity to explore new ideas. And I think over the last 18 years, we have used the platform that CII provides in order to be able to talk and discuss various issues with relation to how manufacturing can be more vibrant and be a growth leader in India. I think this is a particularly difficult year for everybody because of the way that the pandemic has rolled out. And even though businesses are functioning, I think that the economy has suffered seriously. And I do hope that it has also given us some insights and some further ideas on where we stand and where we need to move ahead. And I'm sure that these insights in these times will help us to move the needle significantly when it comes to manufacturing. So we have with us today, as Mr. Tyagarajan mentioned, Mr. Arun Maira, who's the mentor for the CII Manufacturing Summit. He's been with us for almost every one of the manufacturing summits for the last 18 years. And I really do appreciate his interest in supporting us and his deep and abiding belief in manufacturing as it evolves over the years. As you know, he's also a former member of the Planning Commission of India, and he's also the former chairman of BCG in India. I'm also very pleased to have with us Dr. Janmejaya Sinha, who's the chairman India of the Boston Consulting Group. Earlier he was chairman of Asia for the BCG, and of course he's one of the very distinguished leaders in India. And I think that we all look forward to Janme's brief discourse on the Indian economy every few months when the CII National Council meets. I think it always gives us great insight into where our economy is heading. And I think we are clearly at a stage today where we will require as much analysis and input as is possible. We know that manufacturing has been sort of mentioned as a priority for India. There's no doubt about that. I think the backdrop for the day today, when the farmers of India have called for closure of the country with a Bharat Bandh, I think it also highlights the fact that such a large percentage of our population depends on farming, and many of them obviously are prosperous, but many of them are also very marginal. And the only way I think that we can add to people's lives, the quality of life, is by doing more value-added work. So even in farming, it's food processing is also a part of manufacturing. And I think it's important for us to recognize that as the country develops, we will have to take every single person along with us so that we are able to achieve the levels of development and growth that we aspire to. There's no doubt that over the years, we've been talking of increasing the importance of manufacturing in the economy. I think those discussions we will take up later about where we really feel the potential for manufacturing is. And of course, the nature of manufacturing itself has changed over time. And it's also really important for us to recognize that India cannot be in any way disassociated with all the global supply chains. I always recall at these manufacturing summits the great contribution of the late Dr. C.K. Prahlad. And he also helped us to understand our position, understand our potential, and understand where we were going. And one point which has always resonated with me from Dr. Prahlad's discussions is that he very early on did say very clearly that success of businesses is going to depend on two things. One is sustainability, and the two is innovation. And I think that is as true as it was 20 years ago as it is today. And very interestingly, just to give you an idea of where these ideas are going, I read a very interesting article a couple of days ago about the luxury watch industry and where it was going. And the Swiss watch industry, has of course been under enormous attack from the way that digital watches are moving and digital devices are going. But they have taken a different tact. Their tack is that look at sustainability, make watches from totally recycled material, no new material to be used for luxury watches. This is an amazing thought and idea, and it is every major brand of Swiss watches has taken this on, because also they have been under attack for many of their practices. For instance, Swiss watches need lots of gold. We know that gold mining has its own issues and problems. It uses rare materials like platinum, etc. And now you can get watches which are luxury watches with wonderful luxury brands on them, which are made entirely from recycled nets that have been reclaimed from the sea, made from recycled materials, whether it is from aircrafts or from old cars or from old other equipment that can be repurposed for this reason. And so this is a wonderful idea of how sustainability and innovation are going to be the way that it will lead the world and lead design. It will lead, the way that people look at products, because this way, I believe, is the future. And so I always recall the late Dr. C.K. Prahlad talks to us over the years when he was with us for these manufacturing summits in the way that we move ahead with this. So let me end here and now invite Janmejaya Sinha to address us.
Thank you, Jamshed. It's always a pleasure to be here. Often we are in the president. It's sad that we are all in our respective houses right now and having this session. I am going to, just take us back to 2000 and just give you a few statistics and then ask a few questions. And then let's discuss the implications. In 2000, the market cap of GE, General Electric, was $580 billion. And it was the most valued company in the world 20 years ago. Today, if I was to ask the audience to guess the market cap of GE, I anticipate that many may get it wrong, because the market cap of GE today is $55 billion, less than a tenth of what it was 20 years ago. And we need to ask what happened. The second thing I will mention is that a company was formed in 2003 called Tesla. And that company in 17 years has a market cap of $480 billion. That $480 billion of market cap is more than the combined market cap of Toyota, Honda, BMW, and Daimler. I want to provide a third statistic, which is that in 2000, the GDP of China was $1.2 trillion. And the GDP of India was $480 billion. By 2010, the GDP of China had gone to 8 trillion, while India's had gone to 1.2 trillion. So from being 40% of China's GDP in 2000, we had come down to being 15% of China's GDP in 2010. And now we have climbed back, but we are still less than 20% of China's GDP, which is now $13.5 trillion. So I want to now highlight two elements. One, the utter failure of Indian manufacturing over these 20 years. And the other, the massive potential that we have in the next 10 years. You know, if you really look at it, India's GDP growth over the last 20 years has been second only to China. And in fact, between 2000 and 2015, I mean, I've not done the calculations recently, but for 10, 15, 25 years, India was averaging a 7% GDP growth. So for large bulk countries, it had grown very well. And even in the last, other than this year, where we will be minus 7, 8, 9, or 10%, we did have an average of 6.8% till last year. So for a large country, that's been pretty good. But this growth has not come from either from manufacturing or from agriculture. And here is what I find interesting. We have been now talking for at least 10 years that Indian manufacturing is straddled with, you know, three obvious and one subtle disadvantage. On factor costs, whether it is power, whether it is logistics, whether it is labor, productivity, we have struggled. Cost of capital has always been high. Regulatory cost has always been high. And so while a 42-storied building takes 9 to 11 months to construct in China, it takes 4 years to construct in India. But on the other hand, there has been a pretty sharp success in services. And the most uplifting statistic for me was in after TCS's results in October or something. It got valued at something like $136 billion and was the most valued company in its segment globally. And if you even look at the global statistics on market valuations, there are 4 companies other than Saudi Aramco which have a market cap of over $1 trillion. Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, and Facebook. 2 of which are led by first generation Indians. First generation. They did their undergraduate degree from India. Both Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai. And I'm not even talking about the fact that Shantanu Ryan runs Adobe and that 40% of the staff of AWS in Seattle, that is Amazon Web Services, is of Indian origin. If we go back and try and unpeel the China story and how it became the manufacturing sector of the world, it was because US willed it to be. In 2001, US actually actively got China into the World Trade Organization and encouraged a lot of American companies to relocate to China. And China became a critical element of global manufacturing supply chain. The question in that short period between 2000 to 2010, it's only by about 2014-15 that the US really actively started getting worried about China. So why am I saying all this? And I'm saying this completely focused on manufacturing. How do we make 2020 US's India technology decade? What all do we need to do as we see manufacturing evolve and change and see the importance and growing focus on different elements of, and we have different terms for it, but they are all basically highlighting the underpinning of technology, whether it's industry 4.0 or Internet of Things, or if we basically look at machine learning, or if we look at quantum computing. How do we stack up? And how might we stack up? What are we doing with our connectivity? What are we doing with allowing our talent to be nurtured within India? What are we doing in actually upgrading our universities, some of which were very fine? Are we helping them become better, or are we seeing them stagnate? What are we doing to manage digital apartheid towards productivity increases in India? We've had 9 months of being locked in under COVID, where there has been homeschooling, where there has been home medication. All of us have been scared of going to the hospital. We have blood pressure machines taking our blood pressure. It's really quite a different world. So what is it that we need to do on policy, on incentive, on privacy, on data localization, to encourage a real partnership between US and India on technology which encompasses manufacturing? How might that help increase Indian productivity of GDP? And how do we start to get out of some of the old discussions on logistics and cost of capital to the new discussions on bandwidth and provision of smart mobiles, and to allow for learning which spreads deeper and sharper, and skilling which goes deeper and sharper, so that we also start competing in the businesses of the future as much as running businesses of the past. If you look at Tesla's market capitalization, it is a multiple of sales. If you look at some of the other, if you look at Daimler's market capitalization, it's a multiple of EBITDA. And so we'll say, hey, the market got it wrong. But as Warren Buffett said, the market can stay irrational for a lot longer than you can stay liquid or relevant. So we really need to ask ourselves, what must India do? How must India look at this situation at this point in time? We have actually the raw talent. We need to spread. We really need to focus on our soft infrastructure for sure. Because this year I had promised myself, I will not talk about the cost of capital, and I will not talk about logistics, and I will not talk about power cost. How can we actually start talking about a sustainable power industry, which is different from the old power industry, understanding all the discussions that we've had around? How can we start talking about actually advancing our skilling and our education and our basic healthcare, which I'm talking about nutrition and about basic issues around preventive healthcare at the early stage. How do we actually unlock India and unlock Indians to be full participants of the global economy? I think this is a really important challenge for us. And I really feel that we have this opportunity of a lifetime, with the geopolitics becoming as it is, that the US and China we are looking at at least the next 10 or 1 or 2 decades of tension, which can allow us to create real partnerships and allow us to create the infrastructure that we need to actually allow India to unlock itself and achieve its full potential. That, in my way, is the journey of achieving full potential in manufacturing in India. And we really need to see how we focus that. There is one allied thing I will say at the end. I know it is hard, not because of technology and not because of the talent that is there. It is because of the talent that exists in our companies and how we transform them and open their mind and actually encourage them to retrofit and relearn the technologies of the future and actually incorporate them into how they operate their companies. That's a larger and different topic, but I wanted to touch on it. And it's my great pleasure now to invite my former boss, Arun, to give it.
Thank you, Janme, and thank you, Jamshed, for setting up this conversation amongst ourselves, as well as with the leaders of CII in manufacturing. CII's origin was as the Engineering Association of India, and then it was CEI, Confederation of Engineering Industries of India. And I think, Jamshed, you were at that time the president of maybe it was still CEI or became CII around that time, the Confederation of Indian Industry. Very clearly, at this time in 2020, for reasons that Tyagi has pointed out as well as Janme, India needs a new industrial strategy to grow more competitive industries, to provide more citizens in India with decent incomes, and for us to trade more confidently in the global world. Let us learn from the histories of other countries and our own history too. Japanese industry invented a new technology of management after the Second World War and applied it in all industries: automobiles, steel, consumer electronics, chemicals. It was called total quality management, and Japan thereby became the industrial powerhouse of the world. The US and Europe reacted. They forced Japan to sign the Plaza Accords in 1985, whereby the value of the Japanese currency was doubled over the next 2 years. Thus, they thought they had reduced Japanese international competitive advantage by half, like tying one hand of the world champion boxer behind his back and asking him to prove that he could still be the world champ. I was in Tokyo when the Plaza Accords were signed in New York on a business trip with the Honda Motor Company, with whom Tata's had a collaboration. My counterparts requested me to entertain myself for a couple of days because they would be busy reacting to the crisis. And what were they doing? They were squeezing the dry towel, they said. They had become competitive by having the best manufacturing processes in the world. And now they would retain their competitiveness at double their currency value by reducing their costs even further. How? They were not going to let go of any employees. In fact, they were going to call back some of their retired employees. They would apply their collective insights and experience to beat the competition again. The lesson was that their people were the source of their competitive advantage. The conclusion of the story is that after the Plaza Accords, the Japanese automobile industry became even stronger internationally, much to the chagrin of US and European manufacturers. So they imposed quotas and tariffs on imports of Japanese products into their countries, some of which surprisingly remain even to this day. Let me turn to Singapore. When Singapore became a country in 1965, its first Prime Minister, Lee Kuan Yew, swore that Singapore would become the second fully developed Asian country alongside Japan. And this was an audacious goal. Whereas Japan had some industrial history, Singapore was just a tiny island which the British had used as a convenient port along trade routes. A fully developed country, according to Lee, was a country in which all citizens had good incomes and good standards of living. Therefore, they would have to be employed in productive work with good wages in factories, which he invited international companies to set up in Singapore. And Lee was clear that Singapore factories could not be just assembly operations using cheap labor, because when Singapore wages rose, which he wanted to make Singapore a developed country, the investors would move their operations to other countries where labor was cheaper. Therefore, he insisted that investors must aim to do higher value manufacturing in Singapore. Lee noticed that most foreign investors wanted host countries' governments' help to keep wages down to make their local factories profitable, whereas he wanted industrialists who would help the government to make incomes rise, because that is what a country's development must be about. The problem was Singapore workers did not have the skills. So he wanted foreign industrial partners who would help the Singapore government to train Singaporeans in high-skilled manufacturing work in training schools and on the job. American and European investors were reluctant. Lee turned to GRD Tata of Tatas for help. Tatas, he noted, had built and continued to build the capabilities of Indian workers and managers to build new industrial capabilities in India in very hard conditions. Infrastructure those days in India was much, much worse than it is now. And the government regulations were anything even more backward and slower than they are today. Thus began a long and successful partnership between Tatas and the Singapore government. A training school was run by Tatas in Singapore, and a precision tool room was also built by Tatas alongside to service the value-added manufacturing of other companies that Lee attracted to Singapore. And I was there then. I saw firsthand how some foundations were built for Singapore's remarkable development. The stories of Japan and Singapore are very instructive about the sources of competitive advantage and very relevant to India too. According to Ricardian trade theory, countries must stick to industries built upon their natural advantages and import the rest from others. Thus, in Ricardo's famous example, Portugal must stick to producing and selling port wine because it has the right soil and climate for producing good port wine. Similarly, Saudi Arabia should build industries on its advantage in petroleum resources. Neither Japan nor Singapore has competitive advantages in natural resources. Without iron ore, coal, or petroleum, Japan built the most competitive steel and chemical industries. They built their competitive advantages in international trade by developing the capabilities of their human resources and the capabilities of their enterprise managers faster than other countries. Thus, they caught up with more developed countries and they have stayed ahead too. The only sustainable source of competitive advantage in the industrial world lies in the ability of enterprises in a country to learn faster than enterprises in all other countries. Enterprises elsewhere are learning too. To catch up, one must learn to learn faster than everyone. In the Western world, Germany is the powerhouse in manufacturing. It did not adopt the policies of Thatcher and Reagan, whose advisors looked down on blue-collar workers and who suppressed their unions. The economics, as well as the politics of the Anglo-Saxon world, are now suffering the consequences of their ideological biases against manufacturing workers and in favor of white-collar work in technology and the financial service sectors. In Germany, unions are considered essential partners in the development of the German economy. Laws protect employment and wages in downturns. Skilled workers are assets to be nurtured further when times are tough, not costs to be discarded. Not surprisingly then, Germany's manufacturing sector comes out stronger and more competitive after every global downturn. India cannot be a developed country, no matter how large its GDP is, if all its citizens do not have good incomes. Therefore, India must develop thousands of more competitive enterprises that provide Indian citizens with work, opportunities to learn, and pathways to increase their incomes. Indian entrepreneurs must realize that India's hundreds of millions people who are seeking decent employment and wages are not a burden. They can be the source of India's competitive advantage, provided they are seen as assets whose value will appreciate as they learn faster and not treated as costs to be used and discarded. India's policymakers and its industrial managers must step out of ideologies and build their strategies on some fundamental realities. One is the concept of the productivity of the enterprise. Good managers of enterprises must get the most output from the resource they have the least of, or which is more costly for them than for their competitors. For Indian enterprises, human resources are not the most constrained resource. The IT industry has shown us. India is overabundant in human resources that can be trained and at low costs too. On the other hand, Indian enterprises, small ones as well as large ones, are more constrained in finance at competitive costs. We always manage what we measure. Wrong measurements will drive wrong behaviors. Therefore, the productivity of Indian enterprises must be measured by how much output they can produce per unit of capital, not how much per unit of labor. Human beings can learn to improve their own skills. They can also discover how to get the most out of the resources that require capital, which are the machines and materials used by the enterprise. Thus, human beings with experience can squeeze even a dry towel harder to improve competitiveness, as the Japanese demonstrated after the Plaza Accord and the Germans continue to. National policies at this stage of India's development must encourage enterprises to employ and train more people rather than investing more capital in automation that displaces labor. The second fundamental we must examine is the concept of, within quotes, technology. The concept of technology has been hijacked by the digital technology sector. Nowadays, whenever we say we must apply technology, we mean some form of digital technology only. Digital technology is very useful for manipulating digitized information. However, the manipulation and transformation of materials, which is what manufacturing is about, requires technology too. Manufacturing technology is embodied in the designs of machine tools that transform materials, and it is also embodied in the skills of blue-collar workers. Moreover, management methods are also technologies because they are ways to get things done. Indeed, the Japanese industrial miracle was a result of innovations in production management technologies, manufacturing management technologies. When Indian manufacturing managers applied TQM management technologies, they could become globally competitive, as, for example, Indian auto component producers became decades ago. The concept of scale seems central to competitive strategy. Scale can create efficiencies by reducing unit costs. However, to obtain the efficiencies of scale, the capacity must be utilized fully and continuously. Moreover, unit costs are reduced on scale by standardization. Therefore, scale resists change. It also dampens innovation. Small enterprises with the spirit of learning and innovation can grow into scale. Therefore, in a dynamic world, it is wise to adopt a strategy of learning to learn faster rather than a strategy based on starting with scale to obtain competitive advantage. Competitive enterprises must be designed to be faster learning enterprises, and they must always pay attention to how fast they are learning and improving compared to competitors internationally, rather than how large they are compared with others. And there's a lesson here from the international auto industry. The US Big Three were many times larger than Japanese producers in the 1980s and through the 1990s too. By the way, both had unions, Americans and Japanese. So unions were not an American disadvantage. The Japanese advantage was that they concentrated on learning faster with the skills of their workers and managers as their source of competitive advantage. Indian industry, Indian economy is in tough times. And when the going gets tough, the tough must get going. Public debates in the country are getting caught in ideological ruts. One side claims that nothing good happened in Indian industry before 1991. The opposing side says liberalization hasn't been good for Indian industry either, and look at what China has achieved in the meantime, they say, as Janmay has pointed out. The truth is that while overall Indian manufacturing industry did not do well enough before 1991, nor has it since. There were successes before 1991, and there have been some since too. And we must learn from all of these. John F. Kennedy exhorted American citizens, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And J.R.D. Tata, at whose time I had when he was chairman, the privilege and honor of being, I would say, a learner in the Tata Enterprises, said that whenever he had a dilemma, he would ask himself, what will be good for India? And if he took that course, it would turn out to be good for Tatas too. So in this manufacturing summit, the 18th, let us not focus on what the government should do for us to make it easier for us to do business. There are many forums in which we can lobby government and do. Let us deliberate on what we must do to improve our own capabilities and learn faster than we have so far. Because for the sake of all Indians, we, the leaders of enterprises, large and small, must be better nation builders too. Thank you, Tyagi. Thank you, Jamshed, for inviting me again to share a vision and some thoughts with the leaders of manufacturing in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun, and really appreciate the way that you have laid out the importance of developing our own resources and human skills that we have in our companies and in our country. And thank you, Janme, for putting things in the correct context. I think that as so many people have always been saying, that the only constant is change, and change, as you clearly pointed out, with your examples of GE and Tesla, show that how much things can change over time. And I think we should also realize how much we can change over time if, as Arun said, basically promote our own ideas and resources and not depend on outside support for these things. We're now going to move to our next session. So I want to greatly thank Janme. And the next session will be a conversation with Arun Myra and myself, which will be moderated by Abhik Singhi. And I don't know if Thiagaraj, are you going to stay on for the next session? So, yeah.
I will,
Jane?
sir. I will.
Yeah, great. Okay, Jane?
I would like to invite Abhik Singhi to moderate the session. Abhik Singhi is the Senior Partner and Managing Director of the Boston Consulting Group. And our eminent panelists to this session is Mr. Jamshed Godrej and Mr. Arun Myra. The title of the session being Building Manufacturing Ecosystem, Learnings from the World. Over to you, Abhik.
Good morning. I think we have 5 minutes remaining till it is still good morning. So great to have this conversation, Arun, with you and Mr. Godrej with you. As the title suggested, the idea really was to have a conversation and hear from you in terms of what are some of the learnings which are there as we look at the examples from what different companies, different industries, what different countries have done. And Arun, to the point that you were making, different countries have followed different paths of economic transformation at different points in time. And the answer which may have been right for Japan or Germany at that point of time, or the Asian tigers at different point of time, may or may not be the right model for India. But really the intent is to reflect at the journeys that they have followed, but most importantly, in what context was that done? And to the other point which you mentioned in terms of what was done by the government and what was done by the industry. So as India looks at developing its own unique roadmap for unlocking the potential, what are the learnings and inspirations that we can derive? Would be really great to hear JNG and your thought on it. So let me start with one broad theme that would be great to hear. As you mentioned, the economic policy and economic dialogue sometimes overstates a few factors and underemphasizes others as we examine the economic development. As you have observed different countries and markets, what factors would you consider have been underemphasized or overemphasized, and what would be the lessons that you would take from which nation as we stand where we stand today? And Arun, I know that when you were at the Planning Commission, you probably examined different countries at different points of time, and JNG, you over the last many decades seen how this has panned out. So it would be really great to hear from both of you to start off this conversation.
To ask one of us, we are both very polite.
Arun, Arun, can I start alphabetically, and therefore I'll start with you.
Thank you so much, Abhik. I love what you said about thinking in time. That is, what worked for Japan then was then. Would it work for India now? When I was consulting in the United States, and I led the manufacturing practice for another consulting company, Arthur D. Little. And, naturally, I was consulting in manufacturing and consulting to many US companies who were also struggling to catch up with the Japanese at that time, in the 1990s. And I was given a book to read by someone in the Kennedy School of Public Policy. And the title of the book was Thinking in Time, written by two economists who were public policy specialists at Harvard. And it made this point that, when you're looking for insights or best practices, please understand your context first.
Yes.
What is it that you need most of all to improve your situation as it is? And then see what is a relevant example which fits your need. And so there were both angles he pointed out. They point out thinking in time and thinking in space also. Meaning that he said, you can get very excited by seeing who is so ahead now and saying, let's do what they are doing now, and then we will become like them. Learning, industrialization, economic development are organic processes. You don't transplant something into something and it becomes, the new thing will grow. You have to grow into that. So what is happening in America today in terms of technology, for example, may not be, is very exciting, but may not be, it isn't, of course, the most appropriate lesson for us to learn in India at our stage of development. And so they say, of course, that then maybe you go back in time to when that country might have been in a similar context to yours. And that example at that time may be more relevant to you than best practice that you as a manufacturing management consultant was happily in international company saying, well, we've got people here and there, and let me tell you, and bring some expert from some other country now, and say, you're not really helping your clients and you're not helping the United States, was the strong lesson given. So I come to this point very much that we have to see what is it that we need most of all. What is it we need most of all? And what we need most of all is to grow our competitiveness. And we must grow our competitiveness by creating more incomes for our own people. So we can grow productivity and competitiveness by throwing out people out of work and importing technology and automating. Industry 4.0, in a very bold way put into it. So I have been in the last few years, and especially from my time in the Planning Commission, as you said, asking every industry person who came to us and said, the government needs to do this, and by the way, we have taken the best practices, we want to modernize and so on. And I would say, look, I've been a consultant long enough to know that you probably are going to harm yourself if you go at it that way. First, understand yourself.
Yes.
And as I said, also please understand yourself in the context of the environment around you. You could be more productive as a company by throwing people out, yes, and getting more competitive on some international global stage. But the people in the country around you are going to be suffering. The market in India is not going to grow. And by the way, since you're not contributing to the growth of skills because you're investing money in automation, then you say, but India doesn't have any competitive people anymore. You know, the talent growth or something over here. So think of the country, the context, and your context within that. And then
Right.
say, what is it that you need to learn and from where?
Got it. JNG, what are your thoughts on the same? Different models have been talked about. Whether it's a Germany, Japan, Korea. Do you think there is something which can be relevant from that point of time? We stand here today, which would be the one or two things that you think India can look at and learn from?
Yeah. Thanks, Abhik, and thanks, Arun. And I'm going back to something that Arun mentioned earlier on, which was quality. One of the reasons why CII took such a important step as to start a quality institute, which is going back more than 20 years, is that there was a realization, very obvious realization, that Indian consumers preferred goods that were not made in India. They would love Japanese TVs and other gadgets like that, and be ready to pay more for it also. And I think that when CII, did some introspection on that, I think we understood pretty early on that we have to work with our own companies to improve quality. And that's how the Quality Institute came out and led later on to the whole idea that the entire company needs to be involved in improvement. So business excellence was looked at more from the quality perspective and how you were actually integrating all the different parts of the business together from that perspective. And we looked at many models. We looked at the models from Japan. We looked at the models in the US and Europe. But we came to the conclusion that the European model really worked in a holistic way. And that's how CII embarked on this business excellence journey. And I think, those companies that have looked at business excellence, not from a financial perspective alone, but from a very, very holistic perspective of people, of processes, of methods, of ways of interacting within organizations, etc. I think have seen that. And for us, when I looked at what was really hurting us as an organization, I realized that when I looked at different leadership styles, that it was only those leadership styles that were, that were really making everybody come together and work together towards one sort of goal that worked. Yeah. I mean, you've got to have leaders who realize, that it's about the team and not about the individual. And I've always been amazed, as to how often, just normal engineers, in any organization and others can really rise to the occasion and do extraordinary things. And and this is something I think that Indian industry could greatly learn from. I think it's wonderful to win prizes, for various things, and they may be for individual things or for specifically for quality, etc. But when you look at businesses, we have to look holistically. There's so much involved in running a business. And that's why I think that the CII Institute of Quality, the way that it has gone about promoting business excellence. And, in that process, it has created all sorts of wonderful skills within the company. For instance, we never used to think of our people as being sort of judges, for other people or other businesses, etc. We said, this is your work, you do your work, don't worry about somebody else. But when you go out and you look at how others do things, whether it's a different business within the company or a different company, I think the learnings that you get are just amazing. And so I'm very much on the side of what Arun was saying, that we have to develop our own internal organizations and learn the good things that we can, from outside. And looking at, I think the one really attractive thing about the Japanese, as Arun also mentioned, was that this was a country which, had survived a war, and they realized that if they hadn't been able to raise the living standards of its people, they would never be developed. And this is the sort of a mission that we need to look at, as to how do we raise living standards, how do we raise incomes, how do we raise the quality of life. And that's when, I think about the whole issue of sustainability. I talked a little bit earlier about sustainability, but what amazes me is that we are able to tolerate, as a people, such poor quality of air, poor quality of the way that water is supplied and treated or used or reused. I think as a people, we need to understand that human quality and existence will depend to a very large extent on what we do, of course, internally, but also be involved in movements which help to improve the quality of life, and I think that this is not a political statement, I mean, this is more of a social statement to do with health. We are all here sitting at home talking on video conferencing because of this COVID situation.
Right. Yes.
I think it should also bring about a much greater awareness within industry, of the importance of sustainability, and it has such wide, here we are talking of a concept like net zero. What is this concept of net zero? It really means, that you should not just reduce the amount of emissions that you put, but actually find ways to pull it out of the atmosphere and achieve that, so that, the world can survive as we have known it in the past.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
I think industry, has to incorporate these ideas, and internalize them in order to be able to make that leap.
Yeah. So Arun, between what you mentioned and Genji, what you mentioned, I picked up 3-4, very important themes. Arun, you mentioned about the importance of the context. I think both of you talked about the learning, learning organization, and learning from within, the focus on quality. And Genji, to the point that you mentioned, we've been doing at BCG a survey now for close to 10 years. And asking consumers, how do they rank Indian products compared to a foreign product? And it's interesting, and I don't know whether it's because of increased confidence in Indian products, or is it because of greater nationalism, or probably both. 10 years back, across categories, about 30% people would say that they prefer Indian brands, and 70% would say they prefer brands from outside. Actually, that number for India has now crossed more than 50%, right? And I think there is both a supply side and a demand side dynamic. And the other theme which I picked upon was around sustainability. So I want to just double click on one, Arun, and a question to you. You mentioned the fact that different countries were at different points of time. One of the questions that I have is India's actually, there are many Indias, right? And should we think about a linear process, which is to say, many countries started off with low value added or low skilled manufacturing, then moved up and then moved up. Is there a model for India where we actually say there are going to be 3 Indias in parallel? So we will do, more skilled, more capital intensive, as well as lesser skill, less capital intensive. And rather than doing things in a sequence, we will actually do things in parallel. It has not been done. It has not been done, but with the size, scale, and complexity that India has, is that something that is worth exploring?
You know what, Abhik, we always use a lens when we look at a big set of data or some phenomena. And we abstract information from that big set, which fits into the way we think. Yeah. So we are used to thinking of, one thing first and the second thing afterwards and the third thing later, which is a good management way of thinking, an engineer's way of thinking. Okay. Yes. Natural systems and organic systems and actually complex socio-economic systems don't work like that. It's a system. Many things must happen simultaneously. Like in your body, you need the heart and the lungs and the liver and the brain all to grow simultaneously. Okay, it can't be for the baby to say first, let's build the baby's heart. After the heart is strong enough, then we start putting in the liver and so on, which an engineer might do, get this component and then the whole assembly, we can put it together afterwards. It's not like that. So you look at the histories of those countries which have the richest industrial capabilities. Singapore is not a country with a rich industrial capability because it is very small. And they use it as a step because blue collar work is easy for people to learn first. Rather than work which requires engineering knowledge and management training. And then after that, of course, you can graduate into so on, so small country. But Japan, like we talk about, Germany, the US itself, or you talk about, well, China now, all parts, the complex parts were also growing simultaneously. Now, Jamshed will recollect this. I'm talking, say, by 1989, 91. We in India had then industries in all types. We had very sophisticated, compared to leaving out Japan, even as good as Korea, but certainly ahead of China, machine tool building capabilities in our country. Well, it's very sophisticated. Yes, we were producing shoes and we were producing garments and stuff. Okay, at that time too, and our Indian garments were well respected. Yes. All over the world. They had quality, they had flair, they had design, and so on. And same for China. We don't notice, you see, we are noticing the things on a large scale, as you said. So we notice a lot of people in the shoes and so on. But meanwhile, China was growing the machine building abilities. Yes. And today, China is far ahead of India. The statistics that were given to us earlier today about the size of China's economy vis-a-vis India, say 8 or 9 times as large, we know its manufacturing sector is about 2.5 times larger than that. And you come to the machine tool sector, which Jamshed, of course, would know very well. We used to be similar to China in 1989-90. And this is what, when I was the Planning Commission, we were most alarmed to see that by that time, I'm talking about 2010, China's machine tool industry was 50 times larger than ours. And today, we are importing, and the world is importing the most sophisticated machine tools for electronics and telecommunications, like Huawei, and trying to damp it down. This doesn't happen overnight. Correct. These things take longer time to develop. And by the way, if you want to build a rich ecosystem, you must build the tools for what you're doing. They grow simultaneously. And Telco, the company I was with Sumant Mulgaonkar, who knew how to build systems. including the ecology around the factory must be built for industries going, but the manufacturing ecology, we were learning to build our own machine tools. Yeah, though we were an automobile company, which no other machine tool company, auto company in the world did other than Honda. They built their own machine tools. We built our own machine tools. We built our own dies. We built our own electronics. Yeah, it was all together. And the point was that because they were interacting together, the learning of everybody was much better. There were economies of scope. Everything was on a small scale. But because of the interactions, everything was becoming richer, and the capability of telco as a whole was unique. Honda was another, I say, but was pretty unique. We could rapidly introduce new products because of the complex capabilities that we had, which other large companies elsewhere, like the US companies, could not do. So we come to this keeping the system growing, and you keep measuring the richness of the system, the ability of the system to learn. If you use that as a metric, there is no phasing here, one thing after the other. Yes, you mentioned about the country, let me say. Of course, we are such a large country. Everybody in this country is not going to be able to work in the IT sector, certainly not in the machine tool, highly skilled sector. So people who need a ladder, The lower steps of the ladder will be simple agro-processing work, perhaps, simple assembly work, shoes, garments, maybe even electronic assembly. But they have to progress into higher stages. And the other stages are already available in our country. When we say phasing, we start paying attention only to larger scale factories for assembly work. And we are losing out foundations that we have, which China, of course, as I said, built upon much more for the more complex work. We have to nurture the whole manufacturing system together.
Got it. Got it. So Jenny, one question to you on sustainability. You mentioned about the example from the luxury watch industry, which is using that as a platform in some sense. Both from a consumer perspective, both from an investor perspective, ESG is starting to become more important. Do you think India can do something to lead on the sustainability front? Is that an opportunity for the industry to differentiate, quote unquote, compared to what is there, or do you think that is too small a market, or is that something which can become larger as we go? So thoughts on what sustainability could be as not only as a differentiator but also as an enabler for the industry.
Yeah, thanks, Abhi. I think everyone who knows me well knows that I strongly believe that sustainability will be the way that business and industry really grow and flourish in future. The biggest benefit, I think, when you think about sustainability is what it can do for the closer connect between products, brands, and consumers. I think when I spoke about the luxury watch industry, I think you have to go back a little bit about what the critics and the activists were saying about the luxury watch industry. You have to realize that the criticism was, that you are supporting gold, you're buying gold, from mines, which you don't know whether the labor there was even paid adequately, what sort of conditions they worked under. Okay, you are using, all these precious metals like rubies and diamonds and etc. The same argument. So I think that what has happened that over time, if you see the role of NGOs and activists, they have essentially pointed out in very dramatic ways, what human beings are doing in order to, feel better about themselves in some way or the other. Okay, so they were pointing out that if you buy a luxury watch, this is what you are supporting. Okay, if you buy a fur coat, you know, PETA was pointing out that this is what you are supporting, you know.
Right.
So I think that the activists and the NGOs have over time, okay, pointed this out. Take WWF, for instance, you know. WWF have always said that, you know, we have to make businesses more responsible. Okay, how do we do that? Okay, we can work against them and shout at them, or we can work with them and work together to make a difference. Okay, so WWF worked with companies like Marks and Spencer, say, you know, how do you have more sustainable cotton in your clothing? Okay, or you work with companies like IKEA, and say that, okay, IKEA obviously needs lots of trees to be cut to make, you know, the type of furniture that they do. Okay, so what can we do to change that? You know, how do we work together to do it? Okay, you work. So there are a whole series of companies that have worked over the years with NGOs, you know, both large and small. And there's a role for every one of them, you know. There's a role for a Greenpeace, there's a role for a WWF, you know. And I think that, you know, we have also understood now that analysis is really crucial. If you don't do the type of analysis to understand what will happen, okay, so all the analysis about climate change is basically saying that your present trajectory means that you will have a 4-degree centigrade increase in temperature over pre-industrial levels by the end of the century. And the scientists are saying that if that happens, then this is what could happen. Okay, we're already seeing some of it, whether it's hurricanes, it's floods, it's, you know, it's droughts, whatever. So I think that businesses are now reacting rather slowly, but they are reacting to what society actually wants from them, you know, what consumers are asking for them. Now, take the case of, in our own case, you know, of home appliances. I think when the star rating system for energy use in appliances was introduced, it was not a new concept in the world. I mean, this had been done in Germany, in the US, in Japan, China, elsewhere, you know, it was done. But it was brought to India, there was a lot of apprehension. You know, the apprehension was that it will increase cost, consumers will not really like it, they won't buy it. But exactly the opposite happened. I think consumers went for it right away. You know, when they saw that this is a 5-star rated product with much lower energy cost, you know, and the premium I'm paying for it is reasonable, you know, they went for it. So I think you have to make that connection. The consumer, the brand, the company, and the idea behind it, you know, that has to be sold. I mean, why have a 5-star refrigerator, for instance, or a 5-star air conditioner or whatever? You know, the same thing in the auto industry. Okay, why make more efficient cars and trucks and buses, etc.? Okay, why have electric? You know, so I think, and the argument on electric also is you know, there's a lot of argument about it, that if you're going to charge your electric Tesla, you know, with power that comes from a coal-fired power plant, what are you doing? Okay, yes, you're reducing the emissions where you drive, but you're adding emissions somewhere else. So I think these are the sort of arguments that we have to work through. We have to find solutions for. There are solutions to everything. It's not that there is no solution. There is always the feeling that, yes, it will cost more. But, you know, innovation is such that, you know, you will end up with it costing less. Look at solar energy. When we started out on solar energy, even 5 years ago, you know, it was ridiculously expensive at 15 rupees a unit and all that. Today, it's down to 2 rupees a unit, and actually less than coal-fired power plants. So, you know, I mean, I think this whole, as I mentioned right in the beginning, you know, I think the late Dr. C.K. Prahlad was so right when he said that businesses who succeed are going to be those which understand sustainability and innovation and bring that to their consumer.
Got it. So thank you, Jainji. Arun, one of the comments that Jainji had made was around you know, the role that different parties are playing, whether it's a WWF or or a Greenpeace and so on. One of the things I know is close to your heart is the fact that the quality of stakeholder discussions or quality of the process of stakeholder discussions as we think about actions either that the industry has to take or the government has to take is an important one, right? And as we think of where Indian industry is right now, the question I had for you has two parts. One is any thoughts on the process of stakeholder discussion? What should be done, and what have you seen being done? That would be very helpful to. The second is, what can the industry do versus what can somebody else, government, others do? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you. You said, asked me, what did I learn? Yes, I was in the Planning Commission for those 5 years when the task given to me when I joined by Dr. Manmohan Singh was that India must grow its industry. And why must it grow its industry? So that, of course, we have more, if I might say, trade security. And, China, the problem was already building up. We were aware of it. It's become pretty alarming now, both on the defense side as well as our industrial balance side. And we can't trade effectively unless we are producing things which others value also. So build, but he said, I said, I'm not an economist, sir, and neither have I been in government or policy. He said, that is why we want you. We want somebody who has actually been in industry and seen what it takes to build a competitive small enterprise, medium enterprise, and so on. And from that perspective, say, what is it that you want the system to do for you, to help you, to do what you are going to do? I mean, I can't. You'll have to learn, benchmark yourselves if you wish, and grow yourselves up. So he brought me in at that time to do that. Our targets in the Planning Commission were economic growth, for which we want an industry to grow, as well as sustainability and inclusiveness. The title of the 11th plan, the one before us, my Planning Commission time, was the same: faster, inclusive, and more sustainable growth. And it wasn't achieved, you could see. So we repeated the same title for the next plan. So in looking at that, we benchmarked around the world to say there are countries in which they mind the environment very well and their industries are very competitive. They have great social indicators also. There's a great social contract. For example, Germany we've mentioned. Sweden is another one, the Nordic countries. We had Japan too, very mindful of its environment and the social contract in Japan. As a contrast, there was the United States and the UK, whose manufacturing industries were declining, and overall they were worrying about the loss of jobs to the others, to Germany and Japan. So it's a good way to benchmark to say, well, why are some able to do and others are not? And we came to this, that the quality of partnerships between the various stakeholders in the development of strategies and policies was so much higher in Japan, Germany, and Sweden as compared to the USA and the UK. In Japan, if you recollect, it used to be called Japan Incorporated, run by METI, the Ministry of Industry, Trade, and something else. And it was just facilitating all the ministries and all the industries, saying what is good for Japan, what's good for you, and to develop it. In Germany, this has gone on. The social discussions and the unions are part of those discussions, and so are small enterprises by law required to be consulted before a policy is made. You can't sign off on a policy unless you've proven that the associations of small enterprises have had their say to the effect of the policy on them. And similarly in Sweden. So when we looked at the process of industrialization with the help of some economists, we pointed out the process of industrialization is a process of stakeholders learning together, working, listening, and shaping things together. So let's focus on how we can improve the processes of listening to each other, consulting with each other. That's the government, the NGOs, look after environment, social, and the industries. Whereas we have adopted, maybe this is historical, but we are following, I think, that the business of business must be only business, that sort of ideology. And so the business comes to lobby with government. We won't do it unless you do that. You give us a subsidy, reduce the taxes, and all these pesky environmentalists and these unions and all that, get them out of the way. This is a very Thatcherist and Reaganist idea. And you can see the consequences of it. And of course, the US is the hardest place, it seems, to get onto the climate change agenda. It's not just the government, it's the industry. Because they feel that their competitiveness and their profits will get reduced if they care for the environment. Okay, you can see this. And Bernie Sanders, of course, is a bad guy because he says, what about the education of the poorer people? No, this is not the German attitude, the Japanese attitude, or the Swedish attitude. And I say it's not a matter of attitude, you must practice it. So the quality of collaboration among stakeholders is what India has to be the best in the world at. The SDGs, the 17 SDGs, the 16 of them say the environmental problems, the social and economic problems. The 17th says partnerships, the quality of partnerships. India is the furthest behind in terms of overall progress. We're the second largest country, population-wise, soon the largest. We have to be much faster than the rest in improving in all the SDGs. And if we don't improve the quality of partnerships within India, we will not improve. The quality of partnerships in India is much poorer than the quality of partnerships in many other countries that we found. So the technology of partnering with others, listening to others, shaping a strategy which achieves a larger goal which everyone would be pleased to get. You know, a happier country, a more environmentally sustainable country, all of us care about it. But when we lobby, we are lobbying to achieve our own aims. What is good for industry, you must make that the policy. Shut up these guys who you say we should be consulting with when we do a project somewhere else. It's a nuisance listening to them and sorting out their problems and so on. So why don't you get some experts in Delhi who will say, okay, we've done the consultation or we thought about it and go ahead with your project. Of course, industry will grow, its stock market values will rise, Indian stock markets are doing very well. In fact, after the pandemic, as the economist points out, the Indian stock markets have done the best. But in terms of underemployment, India has done the worst. So to use this metric, get your stock market values up and value companies whose stock price is high, I worry about it. I worry about it. Let's get the right metrics. That we collectively want to get sustainability up collectively. So we all impact it. We collectively want to get social indicators up because we all impact them. And collectively, we will support the growth of the economy so there's enough for everybody. We all are partners in this. We don't talk like that. We don't listen to each other. We promptly describe each other as black and white. These are anti-growth, anti-progress.
No. No. Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Jainji. I think there's been a fascinating conversation, and I think as we start off the summit, I think both of you have raised a set of issues, and I think we are going to continue on what I would say the learning agenda over the course of the sessions today and tomorrow. I think the way the theme has been structured, it is not only about providing answers, but actually raising questions, and for the audience and for all of us to discover the answers as we go along. Thank you very much, both of you, for the conversation over the last half an hour. Jane, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Abhik and
thanks, Abhik.
Arun, and I see Pawan Goenka has joined us, so welcome, Pawan, and glad to have you with us. So Jane, do you want to come here to introduce the next session?
Thank you so much, Mr. Godrej. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting session. This is a fireside chat on building an Indian manufacturing sector, learnings from the Indian auto industry. We have Mr. Myra moderating this session, and our guest for the session is Dr. Pawan Goenka, who's the Chairman, CII Mission on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the Managing Director and CEO of Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. Over to you, Mr. Myra.
Thank you so much. Pawan, it's a pleasure and a rare opportunity for me to engage you in a conversation. It's supposed to be a fireside chat, and fireside chats are where one sort of reflects with I don't know whether you, I don't smoke, but have a pipe maybe and reflect with a friend about the day and the weeks and life. And if you drink brandy, a good cognac, which I like, I don't know about you, but that's the spirit of a conversation that I'd like to have with you today. So thank you so much, Pawan, for agreeing to this. To set up the conversation, Atmanirbhar, you are leading for India, I'm going to say. because India cannot be Atmanirbhar unless India's manufacturing industries become much more competitive and also engage many more Indians so that they can earn more and they get careers and opportunities to continue to learn and grow their skills and thus increase their incomes overall. So for Indian citizens to be Atmanirbhar, for India to be Atmanirbhar, we have to grow competitive manufacturing industries much faster and many more than we have so far. Now I said this is like a fireside chat. I said we can compete during the day, but you can sit with your friend afterwards and said, "How did you beat me? I want to learn something from you." And Pawan, two reasons why I want to have this conversation with you. One I mentioned is about Atmanirbhar and what you are learning as you are gathering industry and with government to make India more Atmanirbhar. But also, this is an opportunity. They say you must learn from your competitors. Competitors who do better than you, don't say they had an unfair advantage. They must have been better than you, and so learn from that. Now, you have been the leader in Mahindra and Mahindra for their automotive part and their manufacturing part, and now CEO of Mahindra and Mahindra. Overall. I was with Tata's before you joined Mahindra, as I might say. But I'm very proud of what I learned and sort of felt a sense of confidence of Atmanirbhar about what I'd learned. That at least in India, no one could beat us in Tata's in to do with anything automotive. We were just ahead. Maruti came in; it was a foreign company, with Suzuki, and in that sector, which we weren't allowed to go in, and we prevented for quite a few years, unfortunately, they established themselves, their brand and their scale and so on. So, high pride for Tatas there. But during that time when we were, just coming downwards from trucks towards SUVs and wanted to go to cars but could not for a while, Mahindra's, when you came in, and so I left. But I noticed after that on the foundations of Tata's Telco, they also produced some SUVs, and you guys came in, and my goodness, and use a bad word, you didn't quite take the pants off, but you made us feel a little uncomfortable. I'm saying us now. I was no longer in Tata, but still. So in this feeling, and I remember, Pavan, if I might share with you and remind you, maybe you weren't there. Anand had asked me in around 2000, and just before that, whether I wasn't with Tata's anymore, whether I'd be a consultant to Mahindra's, because I knew something about manufacturing and so on, just as a consultant. And then when he heard me talk and stuff, he privately told me, Arun, we'd like to get someone else from your company maybe, but not you, because there'll be a conflict of interest if we had you. Your heart is so much in Tata's that I'm not sure you will help us very fully in Mahindra's. Huh? But I could see what happened, Pawan. You have built, and it's not a matter of scale, you see. I mean, Mahindra's is not the largest producers of vehicles in the world. But what you produced in the last 15, 20 years, in terms of, as I said, the automotive sector, the products, are remarkable. I mean, they're admired around the world, and certainly I wanted to own them and own them. So what is it that you learned as a builder of a competitive industry in India, competing with a very large, please allow me to claim that, a very large, good company like Tata's, as well as international competition, which is coming into the country with their SUVs. What have you learned about building a competitive industry in an environment in which the environment is not very friendly? Infrastructure is not there, the government is not very productive and efficient, and yet you did this. So what are the lessons we can learn?
Thank you, Arun. It is indeed a pleasant honor for me to be interacting with you on this platform. As you said, fireside chats can be almost anything because it's basically a friendly conversation between two people, and we will see how it goes the next 40 minutes or so. Let me kind of start off from what you just said about learning from competition and Tatas and Mahindras and so on and so forth. I need to be careful about not putting my foot in my mouth in what I say, because I don't want people to misrepresent or misunderstand what I'm saying. Learning from competition comes from respecting competition. If you don't respect competition, you will never learn from competition. And therefore, any company, no matter which business you are in, no matter which sector you are in, need to have that respect. Okay. Any conversation that I have, a conversation that I have with you or with anybody, a junior person, senior person, we have to go in with a view that my conversation with you is going to teach me something. It doesn't matter who you are. My conversation with you is going to teach me something. And rather than trying to always say what I am doing, I need to learn what you are doing and how you're doing it. And I often see that people are more keen to talk about what they are doing rather than keen to learn about what you are doing and how you're doing. So I would say that in a sort of a generic sense, learning from competition comes from that. Respecting, observing, and be willing to change your ways. Let me say two things. And again, I don't want anybody to read too much into it. Okay. When I graduated way back in 1975, I'm a pretty old vintage person from IIT. At that time, for a mechanical engineer, the dream job was to work for telco. If you get a job from telco, that's it. You're done. Right? Like any mechanical engineer, I applied for a job in telco. Didn't get it, so I had to go to USA. And from that time itself, the respect that I have for Tata Motors specifically has been very high. I have always placed them in a very high sort of pedestal because of what they did for Indian manufacturing and Indian auto industry. They were one of the early people who believed in R&D. The R&D, I think it was called ERC at that time, if I remember right,
yes.
was perhaps the best place for a mechanical engineer in India, and one of the few places for a mechanical engineer in India to indulge in R&D. There were a lot of companies where you could do some manufacturing, but very few where you can actually do R&D. So they were one of the very early ones to put trust and focus in R&D. Thing that I will tell you, this I have never mentioned in a public forum, so I'm doing it for the first time. When I joined Mahindra in 93 or 94, I read an article in Autocar, Hermes, and I have mentioned this to Hermes many times, which said that Mahindra does not have the R&D muscle to take on Tatas. And in a sense, not in a negative manner, not in a manner of saying, I'll show it to them, but in a motivational manner, that became like an energy for us. That we need to be able to prove that we can also do product development, engineering, R&D. And again, learning from Tata, what they have done over the years, how they have done it, learning from them and see if we can catch up and can quickly go ahead. So it comes back to not in any negative sense, not in any sort of say competition in a value diminishing way, but in a value increasing way. Right? And when Mr. Tata made that famous statement in one of the board meetings, I think it was about Mahindra, that was the proudest moment for me in my working career. So if you ever meet him, please tell him that was the proudest moment for me in my working career. So now let's come back.
Why did you tell people what that statement was? Feel good again.
He said I think he said something like that we were number one in SUVs or some sector, and he said that Mahindra has gone ahead of us. Yes. And we let it happen, something like that.
Both parts, you're right. They've gone ahead of us. So the question is, how did you get ahead? And you're explaining that.
Yeah.
And we let it happen. Let's leave that for a moment. It's an internal matter of Tata's perhaps. But you got ahead. Tata was also doing R&D and you were also doing R&D.
So let me also say that when Tata launched Nano, I felt very proud. because that was engineering marvel coming out of India. It's unfortunate that didn't succeed commercially, but it was an engineering marvel coming out of India, right? And whenever I went outside India, I talked about nano as if I had done it, right? So that feeling has to come, and in a sense, if I were to connect this to Atmanirbhar Bharat, that's what Atmanirbhar Bharat needs, a starting point. You wrote in your book that J.D. Tata asked you what is good for India is good for Tatas, right? If every company in India starts thinking that what is good for India is good for me, Atmanirbhar Bharat will happen. You don't need anything. You don't need anything. You just have to have that approach. That again, the famous sentence: "The business of business is not just business." Right. So if you were to look at what am I doing in my business, so let me say that any business is in the business to give value to its shareholders and stakeholders. Never take that away. You have to do that. Right. If you don't do that, you won't exist. But that's not all the business is about. Business is about adding value in a different way. What is the core purpose that you are in the business for? Your core purpose can never be that my stock price will go up or my revenue will go up. That cannot be your core purpose. Core purpose has to be something which is super aspirational goal. And if that core purpose was that how does my company, how does my industry, how does my work make India Atmanirbhar? Just imagine how many million people will be working towards that, how many million companies, including MSMEs, will start working towards that. Then we don't need anything. We will become Atmanirbhar. But that's a more of a philosophical thing. Let's come down to sort of ground and talk about realistically. Because I don't think you can assume that every company will start thinking that way and every company will therefore be able to do it, because you have to be strong first. The company is not strong, is not on a solid footing, and they're not able to make money and value for their shareholders. They cannot think beyond that. You have to think beyond that only if the fundamental basic deliverable of the business of delivering value to shareholders is fulfilled. Then I say, okay, now what? Where do I go from here? Right? So let's talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Yes. Okay. So in that, you're mentioning that you would like, and I know it's necessary, that almost all businesses in India, large or small, must think in the same way, that we are all part of a much bigger system than us. We have to nurture our suppliers, we have to nurture the workers, we have to nurture the environment. Yeah, and we all collaborate together to make an environment in which each of us can thrive. So looking out for the needs of the whole system, like Yardi said, make India great, and then you'll find what you have to do for yourself also. You have to get there, but it is not like that today. And right that today, you see, one attitude is, and you alluded to that already, that, but first I have to look after myself. First, let me look after my shareholders, then I'll do that. And you keep doing just that. You just keep looking after your shareholders and getting your share value higher and higher, and that becomes your metric of how good you are. That, my share price, my capitalization is higher than yours, which is by looking after yourself at the cost, perhaps, of many other things around yourself, right? So what is it you measure? Yes. So what is it at all times? You must measure your own health, because if you die, you can't be contributing to the health of the system.
Yeah,
but if you keep just looking at your own health and not the health of the system around, it doesn't work. So the metrics that you use to gauge the success of your enterprise, to get more Indian companies to adopt, take a more systems perspective, systems metrics, holistic metrics, engaging how well you're doing. Does Mahindra do this? I guess so.
I mean, obviously, my answer would be yes. But let me go a little beyond. And I was just thinking, you talked about my own health or the company's health. I was just thinking of the announcements that we used to hear always in planes, that when the oxygen masks fall, first put the mask on your face before you help your fellow passenger, right? So therefore, that health is necessary if you're going to help somebody else. So that's important. But we just have to make sure that I just don't keep the mask on my face and forget about my fellow passenger. Right? So let me start off by saying why I said about thinking about India. We import a lot, right? We import about $250 billion worth. A lot of that import happens because it's cheaper to import than to get it made in India or from India, right? B2B, for B2B, let's talk just B2B. What if we took a view that I will not import as a business? I will develop the Indian ancillary industry. Even though it's going to cost me 2%, 3%, 4% more in the beginning, but in the long run, that's what is going to pay off. Right? Now, I'll give you example of the auto industry here. Why is auto industry 95% localized? Because 20 years ago, 30 years ago, the Tatas, the Mahindras, the Marutis said that we will develop the local ancillary industry. We will make our tier 1 suppliers strong so that they can make tier 2, that is MSMEs, is strong, be able to bring quality, be able to bring cost competitiveness, and be able to bring technology. Now, technology is sort of third phase. The first phase was cost, second phase was quality, and now third phase is technology. Now, that's really the strength of the auto industry. Why auto industry is where it is in terms of being Atmanirbhar is because the sort of anchor companies at that time took that view to develop it. You look at Korea. Try and convince a Korean OEM to source something from India. It's impossible. Even if it's 10%, 15%, 20% cheaper. Because they have this feeling that if I'm buying from Korea, I'm adding value to my economy and not somebody else's economy. So while a short-term view will be that I'm saving 3% by sourcing from Taiwan or from Thailand, the long-term view is that where is your money going in somebody else's economy, not in your economy. And if it's in your economy, you are getting benefited from it. So don't just look at the 3%, look at what happens to the economy. So it's a very philosophical thing, Arun. But if you really think about it, there's no reason why India cannot make a AC compressor cheaper than Malaysia. There's no reason. Okay. What we don't have today, and you alluded to that in your previous panel where you were panelist, we don't have a scale. Right? And without a scale, you will never become cost competitive, no matter what anybody does. Raising tariff will never make you cost competitive because then you will remain protected. You will not grow. You will not become competitive, and you cannot export. To export, you have to become cost competitive, right? And you'll be cost competitive if you do not have tariff protection. The moment you have that, you say, okay, my domestic market is insured because of tariff protection. I don't need to worry. I'll make enough money. I'll give shareholder value. My share price will go up by 20% every year. Right? So therefore, I think to become cost competitive, you need to bring scale. Auto industry gave scale. In a sense, again, another word I was listening to your panel discussion, and that word that I have been using quite frequently these days. The strength of auto industry over the last 25 years is partnership. Very strong partnership between OEMs and suppliers. Very strong. I mean, people outside won't realize that. We're like a fraternity. Right? We negotiate very hard and hit them on the wrist if the quality problem comes and all those things. But it's a fraternity. You're part of the same family, right? It's a very close fraternity. There are maybe 300, 400 sort of suppliers, about 24 OEMs. Very close fraternity. Very good partnership. You look at the dealers and supply and OEMs. It's a partnership. It's a fraternity. Okay. Therefore, we feel their pain. They feel our pain. You look at the government and auto industry. It's a partnership. That kind of partnership you don't see in many other industries. That partnership has evolved over the years. Though we can complain about BS6 being thrown upon us very quickly and this and that, GST is too high, all those things are fine. But at the end of the day, if government and auto industry had not partnered, we wouldn't have where we are. We have gotten a lot of help I don't recall government throwing us out ever when we went to them saying this is the help that we need. Very strong partnership. And the last partnership, which is equally important, is between customers and manufacturers and brands, customers and brands. And why I say that partnership is important is there has to be a pride in a customer to buy something made in India. Fortunately, it's somewhat reverse. I think the panel, the moderator was saying something, though it's improved over the years, but not quite where we would like to see it. Not quite where Korea is, not quite where Japan is, not quite where Germany is, not quite where France is. We are far, far away, right? We probably don't deserve to be that level yet, but we should be much better than where we are. So if you look at a customer and say, I take pride in buying something that is made in India. I'm not even talking about an Indian brand. I'm saying made in India, right? Things will start changing. Now, I have given this example many times in even outside forum. That when Scorpio was launched in 2000, or 2002, sorry, 2002, it was far from a perfect product. It has a lot of sort of deficiencies, if I call it. If I look at it today and look at what kind of products we're launching today, I kind of think, how did Scorpio do so well? Because it had so many gaps. But the reason it did so well, Arun, was that there was a partnership between the customer and us. A customer said it's an Indian product, made by an Indian company, manufactured in India, designed by Indian engineers. I'm going to give them a long rope. Nobody will admit it. Because it's not fashionable to say that I'm buying Indian because it is Indian. Nobody will admit it. But deep down somewhere, there was this feeling that I'm going to support an Indian company making an Indian product in India using Indian engineers and Indian workers.
Absolutely.
We need to bring that up. We need to bring that up. The customers, the consumers have to feel pride in buying Indian. Right? And again, look at it this way, that yes, I may be compromising somewhat. Okay, because there is always a learning curve. I may be compromising somewhat. That's okay. I'm adding value to my economy. So if you keep coming back to this thing that I am adding value to my economy, which will therefore pay me back in a sense. My taxes will come down if my economy is doing well. I don't have to pay 42% taxes, right? My GST rates will come down if economy is doing well. Then I'm paying myself.
Yes, you know, as you said, your customers in Mahindras took pride in the fact that they were buying a Mahindra product, but you had an obligation to make sure you kept improving and lived up to their confidence. Okay, so
you can never take it for granted. Customer can never take it for granted.
Internal learning, you got to do faster and faster. You got to earn that trust. You got to deserve the pride that you get. And this is what you mentioned about Telco and the Engineering Research Center as well as Telco. Sumant Mulgaonkar, as you know, we all grew up, the four companies that were licensed to produce commercial vehicles, the same size. The license was the same size. So there were four companies who had quarter of the market each. One was with General Motors, that's the Birla company. One was with the, I forget, with Chrysler probably, the Fiat, that's the, Premier Automobiles. And there was Leyland with British, and ourselves with Daimler-Benz. It was organic growth. We got our scale because we became 3 times, larger. We were 75% of the market. Not because they were prevented from growing. We just got the confidence of customers. So we had 7-year waiting lists and so on. And our products, Sumant Mulgaonkar made sure, were cheaper than the others. And people would say, look, the inflation costs and the finance people, sir, how can we keep paying for higher cost of steel? So bada hai, and we have to increase our price. People will accept it. He said, no, but the product of the Sardarji who's using the truck, what is he? How is he going to earn that extra? What is the improvement in fuel efficiency that you are going to give him so that he can earn more when he pays a higher price? So first develop the product with a higher fuel efficiency before you increase the price and catch up with inflation. Now the inflation is going regardless of you. So you have to learn faster because the steel prices are going up. Unless you can improve your fuel efficiency really fast to keep up with the pace of inflation. He won't allow us. He won't allow us to increase the price. First, prove to me, he said, and get the Sardarji to confirm by his trials that the Tata truck this year, the one we let him try for a year, is giving more fuel efficiency than it was, the previous model was. Then only, okay, now increase the price.
Two matters.
Learning together, learning with our customer, learning together, but with the ambition to give value.
So Arun, I think for auto industry, which is a very mature industry now in India, something to reflect on how Tatas and Mahindras managed to do well up to now, and what do we need to do going forward? Okay?
Yes.
See, one of the big advantages that we had in early 2000 was the fact that we were designing our cars in India with Indian market research suited for Indian customers. Right? It was a long time before MNCs came out with a car where the second row seat was comfortable.
Right.
For us, from day one, making second row seat comfortable was the first thing that we thought about. Right? Now even MNCs do that. Right? We also had an advantage at that time of lower manufacturing cost and sourcing everything in India, therefore 100%, almost 100% local, and that gave us an advantage. And we had a disadvantage at that time of quality and technology. Now we have filled the gap of quality and technology to a large extent, and MNCs have filled the gap of the Indian product or market research and the Indian cost advantage. So now it's a level playing field for everybody. Now only thing that will matter is who has a better design, better technology, better price, better quality. Now it being an Indian player or MNC, that's completely gone. Mahindra and Tata are no different than a Toyota and a Maruti and a Renault in this game. But if you can allow me, since we have about 10, 11 minutes left, I just want to talk a little bit about Atmanirbhar Bharat.
That's what I wanted you to. Thank you, please.
Okay. Because we can talk about auto industry forever. You having worked in the industry for 25 years and me for 42 years. But let me say that if I look at it from a 10,000 feet and say, and I'm only limiting to manufacturing. Okay, not talking about anything else, just limited to manufacturing. What does India have? Why should India have an advantage of being Atmanirbhar? Very large domestic market. Okay, how many markets are size of India? And if you have large domestic market, then it should scale. Right? Very large manufacturing industry, though not as big as we would like to see, but $400 billion is not a small manufacturing industry. World-class software capabilities, abundant raw material availability, very high level of skill, and unskilled people who can be skilled. Right? Good STEM education, low labor cost. How many countries in the world can offer that? Name one. Name one that can offer that. None. Right? And English is speaking also an advantage for us. So why have we not reached Atmanirbhar Bharat? Why are we talking about it in 2020? Why should it not have happened? So we have many disablers, which unfortunately offset the enablers. Right? So number one is, we have talked about in many forums, factor cost, land, power, capital, logistic, and therefore cost of doing business is higher in India. And whenever we have done a comparison between China and India for almost anything, there is 8 to 10% cost disadvantage of making anything in India. Okay, doesn't matter what it is. I mean, some may be 5, some may be 12, but 8 to 10% is good enough. Our infrastructure efficiency, logistic cost, another disabler that we have, again, very well identified. Everybody knows about it. Nothing new that I'm saying. Underdeveloped MSME sector. Okay, and I'm saying underdeveloped MSME sector. That may be somewhat of a sensitive word to use. But today we won't have time, but we can talk about what MSME sector has to do, because MSME sector is the backbone of manufacturing industry. Without a strong MSME sector, manufacturing industry cannot become strong. And we need to be able to make this sector very strong. And I'm not talking about financial stuff like that. The ability and capability of that sector to support the sector itself. Low investment in R&D and technology by private sector. Okay, very, very low. and our private sector investment in R&D is only about 0.3% of GDP, maybe 0.25% private sector. Whereas in a country like Korea, the private sector investment is about 2.5%. So very poor. And then ease of doing business, a lot of improvement have happened in the last several years, but not quite where we need to be. And then one thing is the brand India. We have never been able to develop a brand India manufacturing. How many products get sold outside India that are made in India because they are made in India? Not one. The only reason they get sold is because they're lower cost. We need to develop that. There has to be a pride in not just in India, but even outside India. There has to be some value created. Now, we have to have a narrative. You were mentioning earlier about Japan doing TQM, right? And doing TQM in a way created narrative for Japanese manufacturing industry of best quality in the world. Right? So if you were to look at Toyota, doesn't matter where it's made, doesn't matter what the product is, the first thing that will come to your mind, it's a high quality product. But that's associated with country, Japan, and with the companies that are the pillars of that country. You look at Germany, you talk about engineering, right? You think about China, you think about inexpensive. You think about Korea, you think about value for money. What is that narrative that India has? So for manufacturing, if India should be known for something, what is it that should be known for? And we need to define that. And we need to build our manufacturing brand on that basis. Because we are not going to become a $1 trillion manufacturing economy simply based on domestic market. Domestic market will take us somewhere, but we have to add export. Our export right now is pittance. I mean, if you look at even auto component, which is such a well-developed industry, our trade of auto component is 1.3% global trade. 1.3%. We're a country with such a big auto industry, we're a country with low labor cost. Why is our trade only 1.3%? Because there's a resistance in buying from India, not because of cost, because we don't have manufacturing brand, because people don't associate quality and technology in manufacturing, which is unfortunately not true.
Yeah, that's true. But as you said, the auto industry is in some ways sort of special. It's history, because of its history and the way people worked in that industry. You know, they had ambition and they learned fast and they collaborated with all their suppliers and their dealers. You know, they had this. And maybe there are other industries like that in India too. Atmanirbhar is about all the industries. India needs to have a range. So you might find that in some industries, they already have a brand associated with, maybe like in the garments, frankly, we do have a brand for higher quality than other places, and we sell in some stores, and some, because again, industries are, you know, segments and segments. So you are dealing with everything. So you mentioned to me something quite interesting yesterday about, as you're asking all industries, and CII and India covers all of them, challenging them. What is the question you're asking them to answer about, you know, what are they going to do and how do you put it?
Yeah, so Arun, it's a very difficult task to pin down an industry, okay, to say, what is your commitment? Okay, normally when we have the meetings with the industry sectors, the starting point is government needs to do this, needs to do that, always reduce taxes. My taxes are too high, reduce capital cost, reduce, give me good FTA so that I can export without having to pay any duty, and increase import duty so that I am protected. So normally it's the same laundry list, no matter which sector you talk to. And then you have to say, slow down. All this cannot happen. Right? Government also has to manage the finances, they have to manage relationships. They cannot, I mean, we are not a country that can dictate everything that we want. So let's be realistic about it. Yes, government needs to be a facilitator. But the task of making India Atmanirbhar is on us, not on the government. They can only be a facilitator. Right? So what are we going to do? Can you put down what are we going to do? Am I willing to say that I'm not going to look at my share price for the next 12 months and invest in technology and capacity? Am I willing to say that? Am I willing to say that I'm going to go and borrow money and leverage my company, which the CAs will tell you and management consultants tell you is almost wrong thing to do? Am I going to make that commitment that for the sake of making India Atmanirbhar, I'm going to do that? Do we have the desire and passion for India to become Atmanirbhar? Or are we saying that it's an opportunity for me to get something from the government for my company and my industry? So what we really need to look at is that, let's take a look at anything. Air conditioners. Okay, air conditioners pay 80% imported. Finished air conditioner, the what goes inside is 75 to 80% BOM is imported. Okay. Now the industry is working. This industry has made very clear commitment. They have written down on a piece of paper. The OEMs have come together. The Voltas, the Panasonics, the Blue Stars, the Godrej's have come together and said that I commit, written down, given to Mr. Piyush Goyal. I commit that in 3 years, my local content will go from 20% to 50% and 5 years to 75%. Okay. The industry is now working like the auto industry worked 20 years ago together to say, how do I aggregate my demand for compressors, for motors, for aluminum fins, things as simple as that, so that India can get a scale and India can then compete in cost and technology with where I'm buying from today. It will mean that there will be maybe a year, 2 year of compromise that you may have to do in terms of your own profit margin. Maybe not. It depends. So the point that I'm making is that what AC industry has done in the last 4, 5, 6 months as part of this work, every industry started looking at that. We got a commitment like that from medical devices industry yesterday. They said that yes, we are willing to invest X amount of money. It's a very large number to bring manufacturing. Today, India has a total consumption of 42,000 crore of medical devices, out of which 80% is imported. How do we make 80% import become 35, 40%? Never think zero. Okay, never think zero. If you start thinking zero, you are shooting yourself in the foot, because if you try and look at zero, you will end up doing things where you are not competitive. But can you go from 80% import to 40% import? What do we have to do for that? Government should do a bunch of things, but those are enablers, facilitators. The main work is here. The main work is here, not here. Okay? Yes. Now, my only request to the government is that we need speed. We need speed. Whatever has to be done, let's decide and do it.
Yes.
If we cannot do, we cannot do.
Yes.
Let's not worry about it. I mean, if I cannot make my interest rate become 3%, I cannot make it become 3%. Let's not talk about it, right? If I cannot make GST become 12%, I cannot make it 12%. Let's not talk about it. But whatever has to be done, let's do it immediately.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And same thing with the industry.
Myself, Pavan, back in my planning commission days, because to grow industry at that time also, we didn't use the word Atmanirbhar, but we knew we had to grow our industry for so many important national reasons to do that. So when you say they would always say, well, you chaps better move faster. Sure. But as you pointed out, industry itself must also move fast. The contract is, let us both run. I'm telling you where I have to go, and you can measure me that I'm going to do my part of the bargain. And industry, I found, was unwilling to say what it has to do. It always, we will keep judging you. Aapne ye kiya tha, par kiya nahi aapne. But aapne kuch kaha bhi nahi. Industry didn't even say what.
Absolutely agree. And this is one of the things that we're trying to do in this project that we have for Atmanirbhar on industry to make commitment. Okay, identify national champions who will come forward and say, yes, I'm going to bet. I'm going to bet on the growth of this industry. I'm going to put in my money where my mouth is. And I have always said that, and almost said that, let's make a contract between government and the industry. This is what you do. This is what I do. Together, we make India Atmanirbhar in manufacturing. Right?
Yeah.
So it can be done, but I would just want to, since our time is up, want to wrap up by just this last sentence that, Arun, we have a window right now. If you let that window pass, it'll probably never come back again.
That's
We
right.
must. The industry has to appreciate that we have a short window, maybe 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, I don't know. Government has to understand that we have short window and we must do it. That is number one. And number 2 point is that, of course, there are even the industries that are mature industries like automotive or pharmaceutical, there is enough scope. But there are industries that are sunrise industries. And if we are not careful, we're going to repeat what we have done in other industries that are sunrise 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Drones, CCTV, electric vehicles. We cannot let the opportunity of these 3, I'm just giving 3 as an example, sort of slip out of our hands and go somewhere else. These are going to be big industries 10 years from now. We cannot be sitting there wishing that when Arun and Pawan going up talking 10 years ago, they should have been more forceful and done something. So what I'm trying to say is that there was a lighter vein, of course. What I'm trying to say is that somehow the industry and government must make a very strong partnership. And it has to be almost like a mission mode project for India. I'm not going to say for the government of India. I'm going to say for India. At least these 3, what I've just mentioned, drones, CCTV, and the reason I did because I've just finished reviewing these sectors yesterday, so it's very fresh in my mind. These 3, and we reviewed with Mr. Goyal yesterday. He spent a lot of time, in spite of all the other distractions that we have in Delhi right now. I spent a lot of time looking at it and identifying the opportunities that we have and kind of trying to figure out what do we need to do. India has the ability to invest. India has the ability to invest. Okay, Indian business has the ability to invest. India has the ability to get technology. Doesn't always have technology, but has the ability to get technology. We just need to put an aspiration together, a strategy together. Maybe BCG or McKinsey should come back and make a strategy on this. Strategy together and say, let's execute it as if you're running a company. That's it.
Right, thank you. Let's just summarize, and we've got time is already over, but you said some things which are worth repeating. I know this is a fireside chat and there's not supposed to be in a fireside chat a conclusion, but this is also the opening session for the Manufacturing Summit, and Atmanirbhar is the right tone for this summit. It's about self-respect. You use the word respect at the very beginning. And you said respect your competition, but it is about self-respect also. So all this thing about, we Indians can't do it, it's an Indian-made product, it can't be good. Respect yourself, but you've got to earn the respect. And earning the respect means learning to do something which you accept. I don't know how to do now, but I'm going to learn it and faster than anybody and surprise them. Like, say, Scorpio surprised Tata, perhaps. Mr. Tata said, I'm going to learn to do it at a way that my competition will respect me. But I have to do it. And 2, the collaboration between industry and government, as you pointed out, the industry must be clear that it's got things to do. It is going to build India. The government is not going to build India. Industry is going to build India. And so in John F. Kennedy's words, which we used earlier today, when he asked America, when they were overtaken by Russia and if you remember, the satellites, he said, ask not what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for the country. And I think this has to be the spirit of all our manufacturing enterprises. And like the Koreans did also, as you said, you keep doing, I'm going to make my country great, and that helps me to get pride in the world and say, my goodness, look at these guys. So thank you so much for the spirit, and thank you for this fireside chat. I'm sorry we can't shake hands as I would have loved to. Maybe even put my hold up as a friend.
You can do this.
Bye. You can do this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Great to talk to you, Arun. It was really, really enjoyable.
Thanks, Arun. Thanks, Pawan. A very useful discussion on how we can move towards greater self-reliance whilst also being very competitive and sustainable, I should add. Thank you. And we have a break now, short break. And Jane, would you like to come in on what's happening during the break?
Thank you, Mr. Godrej. We reconvening back again at 2:15, and we have 2 panel discussions that are scheduled in the second half. One is on industry at scale, learnings from Indian IT services sector, and we have an eminent panel in place. Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Mr. Ashank Desai, and Mr. Nilesh Auti. This will be moderated by Mr. Abhik Singhi. Followed by this, we have another panel discussion, which is on strategic shifts for differing manufacturing sectors to enable them to achieve their true potential. This is on labor-intensive industries, and this will be moderated by Mr. Rohit Ramesh of BCG, and the panelists are Mr. Gautam Nair for Matrix Clothing Private Limited and Mr. Sivaraman Krishnan Ganpati of Gokuldas Exports. So we look forward to meeting all of you again at 2:15 to continue with the 18th edition of the Manufacturing Summit.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
And look forward to seeing everybody a little later at 2:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
So we can hear it. We can hear.
Hi, Abhi.
Good afternoon, Chris.
Good afternoon. Hi, Ashank. Are you there?
Hi, how are you?
Good, good.
There is an echo, is it? Are you getting echo?
Yeah, getting an
Little
echo.
bit.
Okay, I have to do something about it. Okay, now? Is it okay now?
No, still coming.
Now it will be okay.
Yeah, it is okay now. Better.
Yeah, thanks, thanks. I see a
No,
nice library behind you, Chris.
that's the beauty of virtual background.
Oh, this is virtual one, is it? Okay. You are making us believe that you have a big library. Okay.
I have a big library, but I'm not sitting there.
Okay. Looks very nice. I must design. Look at. Okay. So 3 of us, right? A week.
Yes.
Yeah, 3
So
of
we
us.
have
Nilesh also.
Nilesh also.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So how many participants do we have? Anyone knows? Or no? Just as a
I think Jane may have a sense.
Mr. Desai, we have close to 682 registrations.
Oh, okay. Okay. So even if half of them are logged in, it will be 300. Not bad.
That's right.
The problem with these registrations are half of them may not be reading newspaper or something and seeing the event, as you know. So they have the liberty. But good, 600. Otherwise, how much we get? I know last time I was there, I think we get around 200, 250.
That's right.
Yeah, last year I was there. So this is good. We could call this time Chris also. Otherwise, in Mumbai, he would not have come, I'm sure, all the way. So, advantages of COVID.
Yeah.
But there's definitely, some of these work from different locations, I think has just made a difference.
Yeah.
So Chris, I came to Jaipur about a month back and have been operating from Jaipur. And all you need is a very good Wi-Fi connection.
That's correct.
Yeah, absolutely. My company secretary of Majesco, my company, I call her one day, she says, okay, so why don't we, I said, you are in Mumbai, so you must can come to the office just for a quick. He says, sir, I'm at Mirat. So, Mathura. She's sitting there for last 1 month. And I didn't even know that he was working from there. So that is the beauty of COVID, work from home.
A lot of people have left Bangalore and gone to their native place, and they're working out of the native place.
I'm sure Infosys large number of people outside Bihar and UP and places. So Axilor also all from office or from home, is it, Chris?
Yeah, Axilor has about 6 or 7 employees. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, otherwise,
but
in the
working
office?
from home. Working from home.
Okay.
Ashank, I think there is some background noise, I think, coming from your side.
Is it? I'll put it on silent and.
Yeah, I think that made a difference. I don't know, Chris, whether you.
Yeah, it makes a difference, Ashank. So you need to check.
Once we start, I will switch it off.
Yes.
I don't know what is it. It could be fan or something. I don't know. There's nobody else here. As we say in boardroom, I'm seeing all of you. There is no unauthorized person around me. So.
No. Are you, Ashank, are you using a speakerphone or something?
Yeah, I am using a speakerphone. I am using an earphone for listening to conversation, but directly speaking into mic of laptop.
Can you actually change the earphone? Does the earphone have a speaker also? Sorry, a microphone?
No, earphone doesn't have microphone. No.
Then can you use the microphone and speaker from the PC?
Okay, so you are saying don't use microphone. So microphone, I get a better listening. That's why. Otherwise, it's okay.
No, but what happens when it's picking up an echo?
I see. Now I have removed.
Yeah, better.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. No, sometimes sound is better with earphone. You can listen from. Okay.
Yeah. No, I think sometimes these mics pick up the background noise
I know
actually
background sound is.
more than normal.
I know.
Good
We are 3
afternoon,
minutes
Jayanji.
away. 3 minutes away. Okay.
No, just 1 minute away.
1 minute away.
Okay. Mine may be behind. Okay. So I hope you'll finish by 3 because I have to just get out at 3 if I'm.
Yeah, we will stick to the time.
If at all it gets on, I will excuse me. I'll have to drop out at 3 because. Yeah, Chris, you said something.
No, nothing. I think it's better. Your sound is better. So.
Okay. I'll come on a video. I just was.
Where is Nilesh? Nilesh has joined?
Hey, Chris. Yeah, I joined.
Nilesh is also
Am I
there.
audible? Hi, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everyone.
Thanks, Abhi. Hi, Chris.
Okay. So see what
Jane,
a nice home I have, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sitting on a lawn. Like you sitting in library.
So your background is blue and red.
Yeah, blue and red.
Yeah. Jane, you should let us know when we should start.
Abhi, I would suggest we begin now.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. We are at the post-lunch session of the CII Manufacturing Summit, and this is a panel session on really looking at industry and scale, learning from Indian IT services sector. Before I introduce the speakers, just one request. Can I just request all the participants to mute while they're not speaking? Thank you. So, one of the questions which somebody asked was, why are we actually having a discussion on the IT services sector in the manufacturing summit? And really, there are two reasons to do that as I think about it. First of all, in today's world, the conventional boundaries between manufacturing, services are actually blurring. And therefore, as we think about, economic growth, one has to not only think in terms of silos, but broader. The second, I think, which is an important distinction is the fact that the Indian IT services sector over the last, 30 odd years or so actually has been one example of an industry which has really crafted a global position for itself. And we are amongst the leaders in that space. And therefore, it is important to learn from what the Indian IT services sector has done in order to reach that position. When I was actually having this discussion in terms of, thinking about what the learnings could be, one of the caution that I was told that many of the audience are actually from the manufacturing sector. And one of the things which may be there on people's mind is the fact that IT services is different. And the fact is, yes, IT services is different, but there are some lessons which actually can be taken. So one of the things to keep in mind is, as we think about the experiences from the IT services sector, there is a lot which actually can be applied, but it cannot obviously be a copy and paste. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the three panelists who are there with us today. We have Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, one of the founders of Infosys, Vice Chairman and then CEO of Infosys, and also the past President CII, and currently the founder and chairman of Acceleron Ventures. Chris, it's a pleasure to have you in this panel. We have Mr. Ashank Desai, founder and former chairman of Mastech, a stalwart of the IT industry, and also chairman CII National Committee on Startups and Entrepreneurship. And then we have Mr. Nilesh Oti, who's the Global Industry Head of Manufacturing of Tech Mahindra. So it's really a pleasure and a privilege to have the three of you talk about what the Indian IT services sector has done and what are the implications and learnings for the manufacturing sector. To my three panelists and to the audience, just to give a 1 minute summary of the discussions which we had in the opening. I think the overall theme of the summit is what does manufacturing need to do in order to truly drive growth? And the themes which came up in the morning session were around the fact that different models have been followed by different countries, but the model for India at this point of time cannot be a copy paste of the past. We have to selectively pick and choose from the same. One of the other pieces which came was the fact that as we think about the future, the recipes of success in the past for manufacturing, which was typically around the factor cost advantage, are not going to be the only things that matter. Some of the thoughts which were there were around what role could sustainability play, for example, and is that something that manufacturing should keep in mind? One other theme which came in the discussion was the importance of being a learning ecosystem. So not only a learning organization, but learning ecosystem, because truly the only basis of a true competitive advantage is how do you keep on getting better over a period of time, rather than just the structural basis of lower cost or some natural resources. So those were some of the themes which came out in the morning session. And I think there was unanimity that Indian manufacturing has been a sector where people have talked about potential, but really the potential has not always been realized. Multiple diagnoses have been done and suggestions of what the government can and should do. But what would also be important to do is to realize what the industry can do. So without further ado, I would like to start off with the panelists and ask them, if we think about the differences and commonalities between IT services, especially when it was at a relatively early stage, and where manufacturing are, what do you see as the similarities, differences, and what do you think the industry can do in order to strengthen manufacturing like it has been done in the IT services space? So Chris, can I request you to start off, and then Ashank for you, and Nilesh, then you to share your thoughts on the same. My one request would be just to get the conversation going, if we can keep the opening remarks a bit brief, that would be very helpful. Chris, please, over to you.
Thanks. It's a pleasure and privilege to share what you can do IT services. See, IT services industry process has created a system which has become the de facto standard for the world. If you look at any IT development today, whether it's in-house or outsourced, the model that's followed is to leverage, to shift work to India, and to actually create a India in the workflow of the business. From that model, a unique flow, you need to have world-class quality. You need to actually make that the de facto standard for how manufacturing is done. You need to have unique IP in the work that you do. So that's the first one, because we have actually made this a default standard for any services digitally delivered, and that's become a default, a de facto standard. The second
Chris, I don't know if it is only me.
Yeah. No, Chris, I think, bandwidth on your side. If you can go off on your video, otherwise it's breaking. The voice is breaking.
Can you hear me now? Is it okay? Abhi, can you hear me?
Yes, it is much better now, Chris. Much better now, Chris.
Okay. So I was saying that when it comes to the talent, the industry invested into education and training infrastructure, created the workforce that's required. Now, it's not just about the ability to scale. It is also the ability to control the quality of the deliverables, have uniform, experiences for your customers, have control on how the work is delivered. All these employees are trained on the processes that I talked about, and they're very well versed and experienced in the processes that I talked about. So this is the second thing. And
Yeah, I think Chris is breaking.
The number of graduates are very limited.
Chris, I think.
Okay. Yeah, why don't I pause here? Let Ashank start. I will reconnect on another line.
Sure.
Okay.
Ashank, I mean, the two themes that I picked up what Chris started off was, importance to have the unique IP, creating the workforce as required, and ability to control the quality.
Yeah. So, Chris, of course, as you know, Chris and I have survived, I've grown with this industry for the last 40 years or 35 years or whatever. So, what he has said, of course, is of tremendous importance, and that is what has happened. So, what I want to do is, we'll discuss it in detail later. I want to give you another dimension to that advantages of details that Chris has rightly talked about. So there are two larger points I want to make there. One point is we took leadership in whatever we do at a global level. Okay. What do we mean by that? Again, I will not explain in detail here because it is short. We'll explain it later. Leadership in quality. Okay. Leadership in building most innovative model for delivering software offshore, and again, a lot of details behind that. Leadership in always looking ahead of others to leverage new services as they evolve, starting from IT services to BPO to testing to infrastructure services to digital services. We were ahead of all the countries, straightforward. So leadership is one. Second part is we had this unique group of people that time and now also young, energetic. We were also young and energetic some time back, professionally educated, all that, entrepreneurs. So, twilight in their eyes, want to be professional, want to be doing something different. So entrepreneurship was pushing hard into whatever we do, even then and now, by the way. There has been unique entrepreneurship there. So that is second point. The third point, which is very few may not know, and I have lived it because I'm one of the founders of our IT association, NASCOM. We worked together to make changes happen at a regulation level, at the level of getting universities to gear up to get our people that Chris talked about. Many of you may not know, it is industry came together and formulated what is now called as MCA and told government that we should do it. It is industry which came together and said we need software technology park, which was not there in 1995. We came together and said we need it so that we can work from anywhere. Otherwise, there was SEZ and so on. Again, because I'm going by your mandate of restricting time, but I can explain you all of those in detail. How industry came together. We have made a duty 0%. That's a story by itself. I'll explain you. And so on. So what I'm saying is, apart from the foundational things that Chris has talked, which are of course very much we lived and made it successful. Without that, nothing would have happened. The other dimension that I talked is leadership, entrepreneurship, and working together.
Thank you, Ashank. So you mentioned some of the elements here. Nilesh, I'll just come to you, and then Chris will come back to you. Nilesh, Tech Mahindra is done a lot, especially in the auto segment, right? A large part of our economy is also auto. It seems to be that you actually focused on that. Any light you would like to throw on that, or in addition to the points that Chris and Ashank mentioned, just to tee up the discussion, and then we'll go deep into some of them?
Yeah, sure. So I think, in India, whatever about 15-16% of our GDP is manufacturing, which is quite low. But in that itself, auto is almost 50% in India. So I think, like IT, I see that in India, we have built a fair good quality of the auto industry, right from the R&D to building of the product and all that. The next part, in terms of when I look at the opportunity for manufacturing in India, my first point of view is that we should definitely look at which are the sunrise industry and invest in that. So for example, if you take electronics, which is just about 2.5% of manufacturing in India today, or if you take defense and space, which is just about 1.6%, and then if you take pharma, which is about just 10%. So I think these are the three really good sunrise industry for us, where I think the investment and some of the advantage and the strength what India has got, we can channelize it in these three segments. The second trend and numbers which I just want to throw open on the table is, if I look at some of the global trend in manufacturing, and hence what are the opportunities in front of us. See, the manufacturing employed about 262 million people in 1970, and it grew to about 475 million people in 2017. 2018 was the first year when the employment in manufacturing started declining. Okay, now if you look at the next 10 years in front of us, what we are seeing is close to about 100 million jobs are retiring in the next 10 years of time, and close to about 60 million new jobs are getting created in manufacturing. But all these 60 million new jobs which are getting created are not the replacement for these 100 million jobs. These jobs are completely into a totally new kind of a segment. So when we look at India as a manufacturing, I think manufacturing is not just about factories and warehouses. Manufacturing is also about R&D. It is also about engineering. It is also about labs. And I think that's an area where we will have a strength. So taking some of the learnings from IT, the way in which we scaled, we went up in the value chain in terms of, early stage of just doing the T&M to the today's stage of doing the turnkey project. I think this will be one big area where using of the technology, using of our, the engineering manpower, the engineering services, R&D services, lab services will be a good opportunity for us. And same thing, applying this technology, if you look at electronics, defense, pharma kind of a segment, these are really the high-tech kind of a manufacturing segment. And these are the sunrise segment. That's where I think India should take focus as we build the next story.
Thank you, Nilesh. Chris, glad to have you back. You had started off talking about, creating the workforce as required, ability to control the quality, and, having the unique IP. Do you want to just, complete your thoughts, and then let's pick a few areas from what the three of you have described to go a bit deeper. Chris, you're on mute.
Adding on to what Nilesh and Ashank have already talked about, the third point I wanted to make was actually we were not looking at just one company. We were looking at creating an industry. And, creation of industry means wherever we can, we work together as an industry, work together to, look at regulations, look at quality, look at, the next practice, look at branding India, look at, making sure that the any challenge faced by the industry or any challenge faced by one company is taken as a challenge faced by the industry. The example is the Satyam fiasco, right? The industry stood together and made sure that the customers did not lose any of their work. The employees of Satyam found actually a home for themselves. Finally, Tech Mahindra took over Satyam, but industry worked together to make that happen, and the transition was very, very smooth. So, working together as a team to build this industry is important. So, yeah, if this is not a large industry, if it is not a large industry, nobody would have actually noticed it or talked about it. Because it's very large, it's 190 billion plus today, because it has become the de facto standard, because it has clearly shown that it's world class, and the dependence of the entire world, the large companies in the entire world on this model is what has made this industry stand out. Now, the learnings from that is we need to pick the sectors where we want to focus on. And as Neelesh was saying, I would definitely pick pharma, because already in vaccines, in generics, we are leading. So why not actually in unique, unique molecules or unique drugs and things like our own IP? I think it's an extension of that. We need to invest in R&D. We need to invest in our own IP. Similarly, in two-wheelers, we dominate because we are the largest manufacturers of two-wheelers in the world. Now, how can we extend that into other areas in automotive? We definitely must invest in electric at this point, because we need it domestically also. About 4 to 5% of Indians own vehicles or cars today, but 10% can afford, and pretty soon 20% can afford. But we don't want them to buy the internal combustion engine-based automobiles, because that will pollute us to death. So it's natural that we transition to electric vehicles faster. So we need to look at which areas that we need to focus on and focus in those areas. We also need to actually be the best work environment, best factory, best equipped factory. If you look at any IT company in India today, they are as good as any facility anywhere in the world. In fact, when Infosys designed its campuses, we visited Microsoft, we visited Oracle, we visited IBM, and we said that our campus must be better than all of these. Right?
Interesting.
And in terms of technology, in terms of even look and feel and everything, the technology that we would provide. So we must, ensure that, our factories are the best in the world, best practices, best technology, best trained people, best brand, and world-class quality. That's what, and we created an industry. That's what we need to do. And we need to pick and choose the areas and scale it up to become the largest manufacturers in the world.
Great. So, this is fascinating to hear. I think I'd want to probe deeper on, 3 areas. I think each of you have mentioned something. I think the first is, I think as all of you mentioned, creating a brand and perception in the mind of global customers about, the quality that India is developing is something that the IT services, sector has done a great job at. The question, Ashank, for you and Chris, I would have is, I'm sure when you started this off, 4 decades back or thereabouts, it wouldn't have been as straightforward, right? India did not have a brand, or Indian industry did not have that brand. How did you actually create that brand, that perception, of quality, of reliability through that? Because, you know, if Indian manufacturing has to do that, are there any lessons that can be learned from what you did 3 decades, 4 decades back? Chris, if you could start off, and then Ashank, then you can add. Or
yeah. So the journey started by looking at models of quality, you know, ISO 9000. Then from ISO 9000, we progressed to the software only model, which is the CM, Capability Maturity Model of the Software Engineering Institute in Pittsburgh. And you know, the late 90s, 67% of level 5 companies, highest level of this CMM model, were actually Indian, right? So we not just adopted the quality standards and world-class quality standards, we also you know, spread that message across, and you know, most of the larger companies out of India, even some of the smaller companies, were rated at the highest quality, and then the brand and the image and the perception about software from India completely changed because of that. And I feel that this can be done. If you look at you know, TVS Motors, and we look at you know, some of the manufacturing that is being done in India, and our manufacturing companies supply now to aircraft manufacturers and the German automotive companies, the Japanese automotive companies. So we can actually raise our standards even in manufacturing. So why can't we do this across? See, also, if one company does bad, it also affects the brand India. So we need to remember that. And that's why, you know, what Ashank said, the team spirit and all of us working together is very important to make sure that we uphold the brand of India. Over to Ashank.
Yeah. So as Chris rightly explained, how we were ahead in quality, for example, the leadership that I talked about. Anything that we did, we took a leadership, we were way ahead. Now it just reminds me, I must talk about Mastech. There was what was called as people CMM. Not only there was a CMM for processes, there was a people CMM. And we didn't know about it, but they announced it actually, the auditors, after completing to all the management. And they said, you have made a history. I said, when we got that people CM, he said, what? He said, you are the first non-government organization in the world to get people CMM. So you are so thrilled. The point I'm making is, we were all obsessed of becoming the leader. Leadership was we want to be globally the best, okay? That passion came out of that entrepreneurship, that came out of, you know, professional background that we had, and all those things were really driving us to make that difference happen. I have lived it, Chris has lived it, so I'm talking from my heart, I'm not making it up. For example, I'll give you an example. There was this whole issue of copyright in 80s, 87, 88. This is India, mein, you don't do software, they take, you know, they will run away with software, you know, there are all kinds of guys, people spreading news. So we created a copyright act for software. I'm happy to tell you that I was involved in even doing it to some extent. And then we called American embassy and American, I don't remember now, senators or some people, and explained to them what we did. And they said, oh my God, you have done this. You are ahead of us, they said, maybe respectfully. The point I'm making is, we were looking all around and seeing where are the gaps in what we are versus what is best in the world. And let us not give them any chance to say that, you know, you are no good. So those are the energies which were flowing to all of us that time. And I'll explain you the other part of it. I think this is important for that the thought of industry coming together. In 1991 or 89, the duty on software was 100%. If you had to import the software, you were to double. We came together, industry, and said, we want 0% duty. Of course, there was a resistance among industry also, because some of us, including many, were doing Indian products. And for them, 100% duty was a good protection. But for a larger good, all of us came together and made it 0% duty. That allowed us to have a flooding of software of Unix, IBM, that point of time, client server, all these are old names now. But they helped us to get into market because we could ride on the best of the software. Now, this would not have happened if industry had come together. If one part of industry went and said, "Nay, I want 0% duty," and others said, "No, we want protection. We want to, it would not have worked." So the point was this passion to work together as a team, and I can give you stories after stories of all of us, particularly amongst these top 20, 30 companies that we were, leaders came out of them, some of them, all of us. And we worked hard. I remember how much work Infosys had done, for example, in their early days to do some programs for the industry. They did program on ES400. Mr. Narayan Murthy and I always talk about it. ES400 was a product which nobody knew here. So I think like that. A lot of stories. I can't, I'll be conscious of time. So,
No, so I think, I heard about the passion, Ashan, that you talked about in terms of the work which is there. Nilesh, I'll come to you. You've talked about this sectoral focus, right, which Chris also added. And, even in pockets of manufacturing, that kind of quality excellence, Deming Awards, etc., have been received, TVS and others. You've picked 3 sectors, and, one can debate on which ones are there, but you're talking about a focus on a few in order to really drive dominance in the same. If I look at, from an IT services perspective, is there, that kind of a focus which was there? Because, the IT services company have also moved from quote unquote lower capabilities to higher capabilities, right? And how was that done? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks. Good question. So I'll try to connect 3 dots. The way Chris and Ashank are passionate about, the early stage building of IT industry. So incidentally, I spent my first 9 years with TVS Motor. That was my starting of a career. And that was the time when we went through of, getting awarded Deming. So I understand in terms of, that quality and what it means and the passion with which we created those world-class, sort of a products and all that. Coming to your now specific question, and the reason why I picked up the 3 sectors in terms of electronic, defense space, and the pharma industry perspective. See, India automotive industry, 10% plus and minus, our productivity is more or less in line with the world class, right? But then if you take the other segment, then the challenge happens is India's productivity is $10,000 per person. China productivity is $30,000 per person. Germany productivity is $65,000, right? So that's the difference. Now, one opportunity in front of you is because of the China trade war and some of the industries and few things people do want to take and move. You will get an opportunity in terms of some of the industrial construction and the other segment and all that. Do you want to build those industries in India? I will not say it's a sunset industry, but it will create pollution. So you need to pick and choose and then say that, okay, what kind of a segment we want to take and build. Now, if we have a technology advantage, if we have the service software and this kind of advantage from automation, robotics and all that, that's the reason why I picked up these 3 specific segment. And I clearly see that these 3 segment will have a lot to play from the engineering perspective, from the automation perspective. That's the advantage and something a strength India we have built, from the IT perspective and all that. And that's what we should take and build and invest in this segment. The second, also my view will be, if you take in the last 10 years, in the India IT segment, we built some of the technologies ahead of curve, right? Be it in the IoT or a cloud or a blockchain and the other things. The last 2-3 years, also a tremendous journey in terms of than just services, we have started building the product and so much of the startup kind of a ecosystem. Link that to the manufacturing. India today carries the world's one of the largest, what we call it as a mid-size, small size and MSME segment, and the micro segment and all that. It's a great advantage what India has got. Today, what, the startup ecosystem is kind of, giving that boost to the IT industry and all that. Something which India has already built with the MSME segment, in the manufacturing, which can be taken as an advantage over here. Use your engineering power, use your software technology power, and build this into this sunrise industry segment of electronics, pharma, and defense space.
So now,
Abhik,
yeah.
let me just comment here. See, the focus is very important. Many times people ask this question, why India has not developed an operating system or a software product. We have developed software products, but the laser focus on services helped us become world class and helped us to scale to make it the de facto standard. That's the reason why I firmly believe that we need to pick and choose the areas that we need to work in. Now, Nilesh has made an additional point saying that if you pick sectors where there is less activity happening today, you can actually invest in world-class factories and not worry about, are we letting go people, etc. Is it actually going to create unemployment? Because it's new sector, right? So we don't need to worry about creating unemployment with automation or unemployment with world-class manufacturing and things like that. And these are needed. India needs electronic goods because we are importing 400 billion plus. So why not invest in areas which we do not have capacity today, but there is a demand, and there is a demand globally, and invest in becoming world class in those very quickly, which we can do. And when there is linkage with IT, we have an advantage. So I can say that any part that's manufactured anywhere in the world has some software element or design element which happened in India. It's built in India or designed in India or India inside, we can claim in many cases because some part of that activity is happening in India. Just leverage all that together and take advantage of those capabilities in India.
So I would like to add one more thing, B. See, there is IT industry is not a concentrated industry. It has thousands of players because we have wide variety of customers with wide variety of needs. And that's why, as I was talking, this entrepreneurship dimension of newer and newer companies coming, offering newer and newer services and products, has established this company to establish this industry go to the new frontiers. So as I said, moving from IT services to BPO, BPO to testing to infrastructure services to design, all this transition happened because newer companies came and existing companies also rode on it. But the newer companies who emerged, and that is where the power of middle-sized companies, Indian manufacturing has to leverage, apart from large companies. The best example of middle start we know is from Germany. And why is that success? They are leaders. A small fellow in Darmstadt will be making some bolt, which only he is making all over the world. But he is the leader.
Specialization.
So we need to make SMEs also powerful, build new entrepreneurs. And these are tomorrow's entrepreneurs. They will be building not only on engineering, but software. As Chris said, today, everywhere there is a knowledge in built product. And India's advantage is the knowledge. More knowledge is there in the product, better we are. Because we have an advantage there. Cost, talent, availability. So we should find those sectors and make entrepreneurs succeed. That is what I feel we need to do.
So, I will ask one last question. I'm mindful of time. One last question and just playing the devil's advocate on this one. Sometimes people from the manufacturing sector make the point that actually, Chris, what you and Ashank have mentioned in terms of the quality of talent and what you've developed has been a source of advantage, right? Manufacturing has found it difficult to attract talent, because of a set of reasons. And also the fact that you have to work in an ecosystem where you have linkages to, the entire vendor distribution system, etc., makes the control on quality somewhat more difficult than if you had it all in-house. Now, I'm sure that even when IT sector started off, it was not that you had people who were trained to do whatever had to be done from day one. You invested in skill development, training. I'm sure you invested in your ecosystem. Can you share what you did to develop and build that? That would be very helpful. And I know Ashank, you have to leave at 3, but we'll try to wrap it up by then.
Sure, thanks.
So very quickly, the industry was and is vertically integrated. If you look at these companies, we deliver the complete set of services, very little dependence on suppliers is there, except for tools, technology, etc. But all the work is done in each of these companies. But having said that, you have to develop the ecosystem along with you. You have to develop the industry along with you. And we have examples. I was told that the Toyota factory here in Bangalore is rated #1 in the world among all the Toyota factories. So it is possible, and they have dependencies, right? They have dependencies on tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, etc. But what have they done? They have actually worked very hard to bring up the quality of their suppliers. Maruti has done the same thing with respect to their suppliers, etc. And I'm quite sure that Mahindra and Mahindra is also doing the same thing. Because in automotive, you can see actually that we are progressing and we are exporting. Mahindra and Mahindra is now probably sold all over the world. The tractors, even the version of Jeep is sold in the US now, right? So it can be done if we focus on developing the quality of the ecosystem, of the suppliers, of the industry. And that's the learning that I would say from the IT industry can take.
You want me to say something?
Thank you, Chris. Ashank, yes.
Yeah, so I think Chris has said everything about it. So I'll just have, if I may, if this is the last part of your program, I would say 4 points to summarize what I was saying all the time. A, we had a vision to be a global organization, a global industry. We said India is 1% market, world is 99%. We have to be there to make a difference. That vision made a lot of difference. Number 2, as I said, entrepreneurship from those early days to even today is making difference. We need to build those entrepreneurship. Number 3, leadership in whatever we do, in the sector, in the way we work, in the quality, in operations, in whatever dimension, even in corporate governance, and so on. As we all know, Infosys set up an example of what the best corporate governance could be. And the whole industry is now rated so well. So leadership in whatever we do is extremely important. It is very still 100-time talk point, but it was there as a DNA of this industry. And last and not the least is working together to make a difference with the industry, going beyond your own company.
Got it.
We have all put in efforts to make industry happen. Thanks.
Yeah. Nilesh?
Yeah, maybe One
1
last
minute
point,
from
to make on that, and I'll just carry on from my last point, which I made on the MSME segment. See, unlike in IT, what happened is that the larger set of the companies like Infitech, Mahindra, Mastech, we did set up the process. It was a concept, which we took kind of a build. And then in the later part is what, from the innovation perspective, from product perspective, the startup and the whole of a ecosystem kind of started getting built. And it's one of the big brand, the whole of a India startup ecosystem in the technology segment. I think one of the advantage manufacturing has got is almost 40% of the manufacturing workforce today is in the MSME segment. Although we don't have, electronics or pharma, really very big companies and all that, incidentally, there are good number of, the product and innovation companies in the MSME segment who have been supplying it to the world in the electronics pharma kind of a segment. So there is a good starting point. There is a good advantage which is kind of been available and all that. I think it will take and boost as we go ahead in this segment. So this MSME segment need to be kind of taken care. Productivity is one of the challenge which we have to take and address in the manufacturing.
So before I go, Abhik, sorry to margin, I have to make one disclosure. I think I was stated to be a chairman of National Entrepreneurship Committee. I am not. Actually, that chairman is sitting next to you. That is Chris. But I am a chairman of a Western region. So all of us are involved in.
My apologies.
CII.
My apologies
So I
for that.
I should make that disclosure before I leave. Do I have a permission to leave?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ashan. Mr. Godrej, if you're there, if you would like to just close off with your thoughts, that'll be great.
No, that was, thank you, Chris, Ashank, and Nilesh. And thank you, Abhik, for moderating this. I really think that, we should get deeper into what your thoughts would be on how you would advise manufacturers. We all look at the software industry as having achieved something remarkable. And I think manufacturing industry also would like to achieve something remarkable. And as you pointed out, Chris, there are some champions already, but we need to spread it right across the board. So what would you suggest beyond what you've already mentioned for that?
So my thought here, is to look at taking specific sectors, maybe even specific companies, where the commitment to become world, commitment to scale up is there, and work very closely by creating, teams from the IT industry as well as the manufacturing industry, and work very closely with them in taking their quality up, their scale up, and making them world class. We have to get down to it actually, and working with a few companies, and we have to pick the sectors and pick the companies to do this. That's my thought.
Thank you. That was very useful. I think we'll do a follow-up at some stage, where we can get a few manufacturing as well as IT people together to discuss this idea. And Nilesh, obviously, you work in a organization which is essentially manufacturing. How has your ability to help the manufacturing part of M&M sort of improve its position because of Tech Mahindra?
Yeah, so I think, when we bring some of the learnings from the global auto industry or the global manufacturing, especially the last 4 or 5 years, right, when the whole of this connected cars, autonomous car, getting electronics into the tractors and vehicles and all that, that was one of the learning which we were able to bring in. And one of the early stage of the M&M's platform to get into that journey. That really helped. Second is, again, if you take the concepts of Industry 4.0, and while M&M has built various of the plants over the period of last 60, 75 years. The recent greenfield plant which came up in Pune near Chakan, now that plant, which was built about 6 years back, I think one of the world class of the right from the robotics, automation, industrial network, cybersecurity, one of the best productivity plant in the auto industry globally is what the Chakan plant is something which is known for. Those are some of the things which we kind of we built jointly along with our group. That's where they also saw some of the advantage coming, with Tech Mahindra's exposure to the world and technology perspective.
Good, thank you. I very appreciate that, and thank you, Chris and Nilesh and Ashank and Abik for conducting a very interesting and useful session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goresh.
Thank you.
So is Rohit ready now?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Goresh. Yes, we are ready.
Yeah, go ahead, Rohit.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goresh. Gautam, Shiva, just checking if you are on and.
Yes, Rohit. This is Shiva. I'm on.
Okay. Hi, I can see Gautam as well. Hi. So we just had a session on high-tech industries. It's my privilege to moderate this session, which is on labor-intensive manufacturing sectors. So my name is Rohit Ramesh. I'm a partner at BCG, and over the next 30 to 45 minutes, we'll be moderating this session. Let me introduce the two gentlemen on the panel today. So Gautam Nair is the chairman and managing director of the Matrix Group of companies, and Siva Ganpati is the managing director of Gokuldas Exports. Between the two of them, they lead over 30,000 people from managing large organizations, managing large workforce, and also export apparel to many countries across the world. And so thank you for joining us this afternoon. And what I have planned for this session is about 25-30 minutes where we could have a discussion, and then happy to open up for any Q&A. Yeah. All right. So the first question that I wanted to start with was, in a labor-intensive manufacturing sector, it could be apparel, it could be leatherworks, it could be others. Where do you feel the maximum value is being added, and how strong is India in those aspects? Gautam, would you like to kick us off with the...
Rohit, I didn't get the question correctly. I lost you for a brief time in between. Can I ask you to repeat that, please?
Sure. If you can hear me now, what I wanted to start was, where do you see the maximum value that gets added in a labor-intensive manufacturing sector, like apparel or like leather or the others, which employ large number of workers? So where do you see the maximum value that's being added?
There's not necessarily one answer to your question, Rohit. It's a large question because the Indian apparel manufacturing industry, particularly that which is oriented towards export, we straddle different segments, different product segments. So depending on which product segment you're talking about, the most important value added may change, right? But there are some basics which apply to all segments, which are almost generic to the business. They are very basic, but they bear repetition because they are so important. And the basics are delivery, what we call OTP, on-time performance, quality, competitive pricing. And I have to say that as compared to our nearest competitors, India rates only a medium on these even basic criteria. As you go up the value chain, definitely design and innovation becomes much more important. So if If you're working in a segment of the market which is more design, more fashion oriented, you got to be clued into the dynamics of fashion, and you got to be a little ahead of the curve. So then your product development and your design function is adding more value. Again, across the line, and particularly, I mean, this started a few years ago, but it's been only accentuated by this pandemic, that the dynamics of retail overseas have changed and obviously moved a lot towards online. And online brings with it its own set of dynamics. The overall risk level in the retail sector has gone up tremendously. So people want to, buyers want to buy much closer to the season, which has put a huge focus on manufacturers turning around goods quickly and improving their speed to market. So again, almost across the line, along with delivery on time and quality and competitive pricing, speed to market is a huge, important value-added function. And you know some of the European brands who pioneered and very heavily dominate speed to market, brands like Zara, brands like H&M. This is catching on more and more in the rest of the world. And one more thing, again, which has become big in recent years, particularly important for the Western brands who work out of India and other supplier countries in Southeast Asia, is the manufacturer's track record on compliance and on sustainable forms of manufacturing. Brands are very, very conscious of their image. So it is very important that they work with the right kind of partners. And today, compliance and sustainability itself has become something which you can add value to your own sort of resume, your own corporate resume. If you have a good track record, if you can show certification in different aspects of compliance and sustainability, that makes you add that much more value to your own offering to different brands.
Okay, and sure, sorry, please go on.
So if you look how the industry is trending, right? So if we step back, some of the mega trends for this industry, especially the apparel textiles industry, is that manufacturing is global. So consumption could happen anywhere in the world, production will happen anywhere in the world. And some of the interesting aspects of it are, while North America and Europe were huge consumption centers, because the other economies are growing fast or faster, there are a lot of emerging markets which are also emerging as important consumption centers. So, for example, Indian manufacturers are not just exporting to Europe and US, but we, for example, Gokulas, we are exporting to 55 countries. So there is a huge number of countries which are dependent on this entire value chain from a supply chain perspective, right? Similarly, if you look at the exigencies or the imperatives of this industry, as Gautam said, the lead times are shrinking. People are, brands like Zara, H&M, several of these fashion brands are replenishing their products very, very often in their stores, which really means that they want to buy closer to season, which really means that the time to market or the lead time that is available for manufacturing and supplying is continuously shrinking. And that has got a huge implication on a global basis when you look at the entire supply chain and manufacturing time available. The other big trend that has got again an implication on manufacturing is just the consumer. Consumers are buying more and more online. Consumers are hugely connected, and they're checking their products, comparing products all the time. They're more demanding. They're more conscious as well, which means that people are demanding sustainable products, organic products, and so on and so forth. So all of these means that the consumer taste is fickle, and which means that the ability to predict demand well ahead in a season and manufacturing time is a challenge, which really puts a pressure on the supply chain. Sustainability has again multiple impacts, right? I mean, pollution is a big issue. Garments are considered one of the most polluting, factors. A lot of man-made fibers are clogging landfills, in the world. and people are saying, how can you recycle polyester and convert into garments? How can you use better quality cotton or less water intensive cotton production, etc. And most importantly, if you look at the industry, you could see that the prices of garments, the end price of garments, which is what creates a demand down the value chain all the way to fabric, spinning, etc., is constant. It's almost constant or maybe marginally declining over the last decade or even longer. So if you look at a smartphone, for instance, early feature phones were priced at $40, $50, and smartphones came at about $100, $150. Apple is selling at $1,000. So they've been able to raise prices, but the apparel prices are not going up, which really means that inflation in the entire value chain has to be absorbed by the value chain. And that again puts pressure and has got its own set of consequences to the manufacturing of these products. So net, when you look at the value chain from a production perspective, we look at design, as Gautam mentioned, and that's a very important piece where India can add value. There are a lot of good, capable design talent available. NIFT is a great source of designers in the country, and we have that talent, which can produce designs for the world. Sourcing, and we source from all over the world. Not all components and products, raw materials come from India. And then planning and manufacturing, which is a big piece. How do you keep shrinking your manufacturing lead time while producing higher end quality? And then the logistics part. All of these are important parts of value chain. I feel, when you say which part of value chain is important, for a manufacturer, to excel in all of these parts of the value chain becomes important. Your supply chain is as important, your manufacturing capability is as important, your outbound logistics is as important if you really want to be world-class and succeed in the market.
Okay, and both of you talked about increasing demands, talked about speed, flexibility, sustainable manufacturing. But you also talked about the fact that actually the prices are not going up from what the customers are willing to pay. And, while you have a large number of, people that you employ in your organizations, the inflation does catch up. So in that context, what would manufacturers in India, especially in industries like the ones you lead, or the companies that you lead, need to do? Is design the answer? Is something else the answer? And what is the way forward in terms of capabilities?
Let me answer that, Rohit. But before I address your question, I just want to endorse a very important part of what Shiva mentioned in answer to your last question. It's also connected to what you just talked about. As Shiva said, it's not just one aspect of the value chain which you have to focus on. In fact, increasingly, whether it is in apparel or textiles or leather or so many, today we were hearing so many automobile manufacturers. Today, countries are competing across supply chains. The whole country is offering a particular supply chain, a particular supply chain solution. So it's really important for a manufacturer. In a sense, we are the front end of that supply chain. It's really important for us to get every element of that supply chain in place so we can be competitive in the international market. And I think when we are talking of designing policies or even raising important issues like you've just raised in terms of which aspect of it, depending on the product you're doing, some aspects may be relatively more important. But in the end of the day, it's the entire supply chain which has to really function well. Coming to let me ask you to repeat that point again so I don't lose track on it. Rohit, will you just, the question
sure.
raised again?
Sure. So was just looking at an increasing set of demands from the customer side. But, Shiva gave the example of, let's say, a smartphone where you've seen prices going up, but that's not happening in manufacturing or, labor-intensive industries. And so what does the path forward look like? That is my question.
So, since about the early 90s, I would say, our industry has been actually facing a price deflation, particularly in the export segment, primarily because of the advent and the huge growth of China from the time when the multi-fiber agreement which governed quotas in the mid-90s started to get phased out. China began to grab more and more market share, and they were very competitive across the supply chain, including on pricing. Pricing actually steadily reduced, right? So this is a fact of life which every apparel manufacturer across the world has to compete with. You're faced with a very tight pricing environment. There's no way you can pass on your cost increases to the customer because there is absolutely no scope of doing that. It has to be, as Shiva said, has to be absorbed across the supply chain. And that is today one of the most challenging, one of the most difficult aspects of being in our business. How do you go about doing that? Let me speak about the Indian manufacturing system. And here I think, again, we would do well to take a leaf from the, from the book of the automobile manufacturers who have done such a marvelous job in identifying and squeezing waste out of the system. We have been forced to do that by virtue of the fact that a price increase is a no-no. You got to work out innovative solutions of improving that. So a huge focus on operational efficiency, not only in your own factory, but across the supply chain is a very, very important way just to survive, just for keeping afloat. And if you're talking of, if you can compound that operational efficiency with investment in design, with investment in product development, with investments in trying to be ahead of the curve, especially looking at where the market has been going in the last 2 or 3 years, then perhaps you can add more value to your product and not just be competing on a price front, but there the design and product development can bring in a higher value added, a higher realization and better profitability. But good or great operational efficiency is an absolute must today.
Just to build up on what Gautam said, right? We are manufacturing a wide number of SKUs. So at any point in time, for instance, our company, we are manufacturing about 120 different kinds of garments, and each of them have different colors, different sizes. So the number of types just exponentially go up. So we and each of the style will have a different fabric, different trims, different components that get into it. So supply chain is important because all the components required for manufacturing of one type of garment has in-house before we start production, and the deadline is sacrosanct when we have to deliver. So if the input raw materials are delayed, then your output is delayed. And then the factories also have to continuously keep adapting to newer and newer products that are being manufactured on the assembly line, where there's a huge amount of manual labor involvement as well as machineries involvement. So the lines are extremely flexible. The assembly lines are extremely flexible. We are not making one product from January to December. We are making multiple products across multiple lines. And that's the kind of complexity that comes into an apparel manufacturing system. So a system like this could theoretically generate a lot of waste, theoretically could have a lot of delays in the system on account of, one wash care label for a particular country getting delayed means the garment going out is delayed. So how do you tightly control your supply chain? How do you empower your teams to make sure that they are on top of it and deliver on time? And how do you ensure that your manufacturing goes on like a clockwork with high amount of precision and dependability? Becomes extraordinarily critical. And this is where, the middle management in any manufacturing environment becomes extremely critical, because workers or labor will be available. Labor, in my belief, is quite, good in India. We can mold them, we can train them, and we can get them to produce wonders if we wish, and if we work with them in the right manner. But what is really important is that the entire supply chain is anchored by the middle management team. And this is where India is blessed with good technical talent. We have a good number of engineers, and more of high quality talent we induct into our manufacturing, into our supply chain management. it is better for the industry, especially even for labor intensive industry, because they are the ones who can actually focus on A, eliminating the waste, B, working on time productivity, and dealing with product variety and complexity. This again means that we need to have an organization structure which really will foster a conducive climate for such people to thrive. This is an old industry, right? There's a lot of legacy in the industry, and as the demand demand from the global buyers change and the market demand changes. For instance, and shorter lead time. Like if you cut lead time by a week, your logistics lead time cannot be shrunk any further. The shipping time remains what it is. So you have to cut down your manufacturing lead time. How do you extract that 1 week from your system? Which really means that you need very smart people in your factories who can plan and execute to these requirements. And traditionally, this industry has been working with a command and control structure. Command and control ensures process control. It ensures manufacturing excellence in the system. Works beautifully well when there is predictability about what we do. But then with these kind of changes which we are seeing from a market perspective, we really need to look at decentralizing decision making in the factories. We have to have empowered teams that can actually drive optimization even at an assembly line level, as the products are very different. We deal with a lot of absenteeism. For example, workers at any point in time, 7-8% of the workers don't show up on a given day. And with COVID these days, those numbers have gone up to 20-22%. So if you don't know which 22% of your factory workers are not going to show up today, how do you manage your line and still deliver what you're supposed to deliver, right? So workforce management skills become important, and yet, the delivery deadlines don't change. Similarly, digitalization in manufacturing, so that the components that you deal with, like a garment has 30-40 panels. How do you ensure that all of them are coordinated well and then get constructed into a garment? So digitalization of the entire process, where you can track the assembly line process, also becomes critical. Lot of post facto analysis like data mining analytics will help you analyze how well you executed an order, where did you go wrong, and what can you what should you do to correct those mistakes, is part of our continuous improvement. Since all of these require a good team or a good middle management team, which is what we need to build in our country. When I look at manufacturing in the country, compare it with, say, IT industry, I feel that the IT industry has built a very, very good middle management team, which is serving them well and is allowing them to thrive and grow and prosper. That middle management team needs, auto industry has done it by and large, and that has to percolate down to most of the other industries in India, which will then augur well for our manufacturing.
Good. Let me just add to what very valid points which Shiva has made, and directly link it to the question you said, which is, does design and innovation feature as a core value-adding aspect to Indian manufacturing for export? Strategically, very, very roughly, if we divide the whole business of manufacturing for the export market, a very broad division could be into basics and fashion. And basics is monopolized by countries like Bangladesh and to a lesser extent Vietnam. Bangladesh really specializes in large-scale, low-cost manufacturing, though I must say they're moving up the value chain now. And it makes sense for India strategically not to play them at their game, but to develop a niche for ourselves, which is based not only on great product development and innovation, but also on all the factors which Shiva talked about in terms of ensuring a great supply chain, a very strong middle management, which coordinates. It's the number of variables we have to deal with because of the fast changing nature of the product is amazing. And also, if there's one trend we have seen, that if previously you had a buyer coming and buying 50,000 units of one style, you may have the same buyer coming today and buying, 2,500 units across 20 styles. So they may still buy 50, they still might buy 50 units, but you have to deal with a larger number of SKUs, putting a much bigger strain on the system, and you need to be able to handle that. Now, interestingly, when you adopt a strategic route of going in for the fashion element, because there's a little more value added there for a variety of reasons which we talked about, India may be better positioned. Strategically, it makes more sense for us. All that is true. But all that ipso facto adds to the strain on manufacturing, or it adds a huge new challenge. That means your manufacturing, your factory in India, as compared to, say, the factory in Bangladesh, needs to deal with a fast changing product, needs to deal with smaller quantities per style, needs to deal with a supply chain which is constantly changing. And when the product is changing, there is a learning curve involved. It takes some time to get used to the manufacturing intricacies of a particular product. It's almost like once you mastered that and you're good to go, the product cycle is also over and you've got to move on to the next product. To be geared to be able to handle changes like this. And that flexibility, that agility, at the same time trying to squeeze out waste, maintain SOPs, standard operating process, even though the product is fast changing, in situations, again, as Shiva pointed out, high absenteeism. He's being a little generous, I think, when he talks of 7-8% absenteeism, where we operate even in normal pre-COVID conditions, you were working to between 10 to 12% absenteeism. So in other words, in one sense, you've got a new factory coming up every 10 months, every 8 to 10 months, because that's the kind of, not only absenteeism, but also attrition. You're talking about 6 to 8% attrition also every month. So in those changes, to be able to deliver on time, that is the real test of how well you manage your processes.
Okay. All right. And the one thing.
Sorry, Rohit, we are losing you here.
We have to
Rohit, I'm sorry, we lost you completely. At least I lost you completely.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you as well, Rohit.
Let me try and...
Yeah, but in the meanwhile, I think while Rohit comes back, I think Gautam, one of the things that we may also perhaps talk about are some of the successes that India has delivered in this industry, or maybe you can articulate it while we wait for Rohit to come on board.
Shiva, my favorite example of successes in our industry is something which is very recent and which has been well documented and well publicized, and it bears repetition because I think it's such a phenomenal story of both what government and industry cooperation can achieve, and for that matter, intra-industry cooperation can achieve. And I'll take all our viewers back to the mid-March of 2020, when the COVID was just beginning to spread in India. This is just before the government declared a lockdown, and we were all, everybody was really seriously sitting up and taking notice. And the Ministry of Health roped in the Ministry of Textiles. They had set up a crisis committee, and the Ministry of Textiles was roped in because we realized that India was singularly unequipped in personal protective equipment. And since it was largely a medical textile-based business, the Ministry of Textiles was said that, look, we've got our hands pulled in dealing with so many other aspects of the pandemic. MOT should take charge of making sure there is an adequate supply of PPE. Rohit, are you back on?
Yes, I'm back on. Sorry about that, Gautam. Please continue.
Sorry, we lost you for a time. So, Shiva just raised the interesting question of, despite all the challenges we've talked about, what are the wins? Are there any recent wins we can talk about and which we could learn from? So I was just talking to our viewers about the story of the PPE industry in India, which started around end March, and how the Ministry of Textiles was called in by the Ministry of Health and essentially pulled in some people from the industry. Shiva's company, for example, had the technology and the machinery not to manufacture, not that they were manufacturing PPE in the past, but they manufactured a particular product. They do outerwear, which use machinery, which were also used for, the seam sealing machines used for PPE. So starting from that base, I still remember when the Secretary Textiles had called me and he said, we want you guys to get involved in manufacturing PPE. And I said, what is PPE? I had no clue what PPE meant. But that is to be a very important part of our life for the next 3 months. And the way government and industry work together, the way government pulled out all the stops in an incredibly challenging environment, not just for manufacturing, but even for normal functioning. The country was under lockdown, and at the same time, we were supposed to develop a new product which most of us hadn't even heard of, bring in new fabrics, meet international specifications of quality. We were designing the quality specifications while we were trying to manufacture the product. HLL, the government procuring organization was HLL. The government pulled in BIS to provide the quality standard guidance. We formed different groups amongst industry. The CII set up a coalition for PPE, and essentially government, industry, so many different branches of government, industry, the textile industry, the apparel industry worked very well together. And in the next 3 months, I mean, the production went up from 30,000 units a day to 100,000 units a day. I remember how we were celebrating when the daily delivery to HLL became more than 100,000 units. And then there was a big quality problem which was faced, and in a sense we had to restart. But we did this all together. We did this all together. In 4 or 5 months from then, they were talking that there was at least media reports that India had become the second largest PPE manufacturer in the world. Last I heard, the Harvard Business School was doing a case study on how the PPE industry was born in these terrible circumstances. I mention all this in terms of a recent win or a recent huge success, that despite all these challenges, in fact, I think we function best. Shiva, perhaps our DNA has become that way now, given that we're used to facing so many crises. We function best when we have our backs against the wall, and whether it's the government, our ministry, or the industry, I believe we set a terrific, shining example in what we can do if we work together. And I do hope we can build on that, because there are so many opportunities and so many challenges ahead. And these opportunities can leverage that relationship of trust which we have between our ministry, our government, and our industry, including the textile industry. And if we can harness those, if we can leverage those and focus them, I believe there's so much we can do to address the opportunities ahead.
That's right. Just to share a nice anecdote on PPE manufacturing, Gautam. When we just started, we had we did the design, we did everything, but one challenge was fabric had to come from a unit in Gujarat. And I called the textile secretary and said, look, the logistics time to get it here, given the COVID restrictions in early April, it would take about 4 days for the truck to. Drivers are reluctant to drive trucks because they were not getting food on the road and so on and so forth. They said, give me an hour. And then they came back and said that, tonight you will get your fabric. We are going to use an Indian Air Force plane to airdrop the fabric in Bangalore. So that's the level of connect we had with the government, whether it was ratcheting up logistics to, cranking up production and design and producing a very, very high quality PPE. I mean, at the end of the day, we were producing an outstanding quality by global standards. And all in a virtual environment of discussion, and in a short period of 2 to 3 months.
We had the same experience, Shiva. You had those machinery, the tape sealing machines. We had to import machinery, and there was a big big log jam when it came to logistics in China. We had to bring the machines from China. And when I would mention this to our Secretary Textile, he actually offered the same thing. He said, okay, we'll make some arrangements, even if it means the Indian Air Force. But finally, fortunately, we didn't need to involve the Indian Air Force in lifting machinery from China. We managed to get them on a regular commercial flight, which incidentally was Air India. And again, the ministry was really pushing and coordinating with us. I was talking to our consul generals in Guangzhou, in Hong Kong, in Sri Lanka, because some machines had been identified. So it was just an amazing sort of story of coordination. But again, to get back to the present, there are challenges ahead of us. There are huge opportunities ahead of us. And if we can bring in that kind of coordination which we demonstrated in the last 6 months, believe me, we can address those challenges and those opportunities.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rohit, I'll just come in here for a moment. Hi, Mr. Nair and Mr. Ganpati, is Jamshid Godrej here. I really loved your story on the PPE manufacturing, and I think certainly it should be a case study. You know, one of the reasons why we wanted to invite you into this manufacturing summit is that labor-intensive manufacturing has essentially been shunned in India. And we have, as you well know, we have lost out to other countries which have managed labor-intensive manufacturing in a much better way than we have been able to all these years. So what would you advise for the manufacturing industry on how you have gone about managing large workforces? Because there is a fear in Indian industry that you employ one more person and that's one more problem rather than one more opportunity. So that's a question that I would like to put to both of you. Is I think in passing you have both said that we have managed it, it's not a problem.
So let me try and answer that, Mr. Godrej. First, it is not correct to say it's not a problem, sir. We have managed it, not saying that it's not been a problem. Second, I have to say that the intensity of the problem, whether it comes to policies or whether it comes to the legal implications, if tomorrow you have a problem on the workforce and there is a legal remedy of sort, in the last, let's say, decade or so, both the mood in both the executive and the judiciary is a little more positively inclined towards industry. So has it changed? Is it where we want it to be? Perhaps not. Has it improved? Most definitely yes. So it most definitely has improved. Also, there is a learning from us on our industry side that, speaking for the apparel manufacturing industry in particular, one big realization in the last few years, which affects the way we employ workers and we handle them, is the location of our industries. Traditionally, industries tended to be located in and around the metros. And we obviously first saw the evidence of industry being forced to shift out in Bombay, in Chennai. It's happening in Bangalore now. They moved out of Delhi into Gurgaon. Now industries like companies like mine, which are based out of Gurgaon, are being forced to move out of Gurgaon. We're moving to places we would never have thought of before, Jharkhand, or in the interiors of Karnataka, and Shiva can tell us more about that, or in Tamil Nadu, etc. So one very important part of it is to try the industry to be close to where the workers are. I mean, I'm not saying that's a one-size-fits-all answer. That presents its own set of challenges. But you need to be in places where there is a catchment area for workers, rather than be in a place where the infrastructure may suit you and you expect migrant workers to come to you. So that's a very important part. But I think the prime focus is companies, and we have learned this, some have learned it the hard way, but those who invested in it have only paid dividends for them, focusing on strong HR policies, to work with a worker, I think goes such a long way in ensuring better productivity, better attendance. We have a factory in Jharkhand, sir, in Ranchi. Ranchi was unheard of as far as apparel manufacturing is concerned. where our dream is to have 100% women factory. Currently, we're at about 93%, but we want to convert even traditional male bastions like security or supervision, etc., into run by women. And we spent a lot of time and effort on HR, and we've got terrific results from that factory. So I think if you put a combination of all these in place, intensive labor manufacturing can be handled and can be handled well.
Yeah, I think I endorse what Gautam was saying. It's all about people management. I don't think people in the apparel industry shy away or are daunted by the labor intensiveness of the business. That's among the worries. That's the least of our worries. We have been able to ramp up factories. We have been able to get people to work for us. And the key contract with our employees is that you take care of them well. And you have to genuinely and sincerely do what you set out to do. If the environment in the factories are very conducive, and since we employ a large number of women, I mean, we, for instance, employ over 20,000 women in our factories. And if we treat them well, we have the structures and systems to support them, then I think people do tend to give their best. We conduct a lot of workshops within our factories, going above and beyond just manufacturing related improvements. For instance, how do you manage your finances? How do you save money? How do you speak up? A lot of women have that kind of a problem. So we have found benefits from some of these social initiatives which we keep conducting in our factories, which also get reciprocated by the workers, because they see that we go beyond just traditional I give you work, I expect this productivity, to helping them live a better life. And if you do all of that, and if your HR infrastructure is organized towards this, then I think workers in India will reciprocate far better than what you can imagine. So running a labor intensive industry is not that daunting, if you have the right structures.
But Mr. Godrej, there's also a flip side. And let me just point the flip side out to you. India's largest manufacturer of apparel has, at least pre-COVID, about 110,000 workers. But they were stretched across some 50-odd factories across India. Now, if the same person had been in a country like, say, China or Bangladesh or even Vietnam, much smaller country, he would probably have had maybe 10 or 12 factories and had a much larger number of people in one factory, which leads to automatic economies of scale. He still didn't do that. And I think today we had to turn the clock back. He probably still wouldn't do that. Not only because of the complications of handling such a large labor force, because that certainly does present some complications, particularly in one factory, but also because government policy, now this is at the state government level, the kind of predictability we need, the kind of consistency we need in state government policy is sometimes not there. And sometimes by the stroke of a political pen, for whatever reason, some Vidhan Sabha elections are coming or whatever, sometimes you find situations where the basic elements of competitiveness in a state are just changed dramatically overnight. Minimum wages have gone up by 40%. We face these problems. Have gone up by 40% overnight. So industries fear in putting too many manufacturing eggs in one basket, in one state, not only because of the labor issues. Like I said, that problem is there, but it is receded over a period of time. But also because you cannot be feel completely secure about state government policy. Very important for us, sir. Unlike, say, the automobile industry, our salary and wages as a cost of production will range between 25 and 30%, depending on the kind of product we are making, as compared to, say, the engineering or automobile industry, where it will probably be less than 7%. So any changes in those minimum wages or these big ticket changes which are done by state governments, sometimes I think not thinking through the whole policy in terms of its ramifications, can affect our industry in particular very deeply.
I think both of you have given us some very good thoughts and ideas. We have always felt in the manufacturing industry that because of this fear of large workforces and not being able to adjust when business conditions are not as good as they could be, has sort of held us back in going into labor-intensive industries. And so it's very good to hear this from you. I think this, we need to understand, Rohit, this is something maybe we can working on, which is that, for labor-intensive industries, what are the good practices that have been followed in the textile industry, garment industry, shoe industry, toys industry? These are the areas where our competitors, as you correctly mentioned, whether it's Bangladesh, Vietnam, etc., have seemed to have managed in a better way. Now, I really don't know what better way they have managed it, but they seem to have, because they seem to have much larger workforces, larger factories, etc. And so it will be good for us to understand that as we go ahead in manufacturing, because as we know today, the farmers are agitating. I guess where you are in Gurgaon, you probably know about it quite well, since they are hanging around outside your door. The fact is that how long can we go on supporting such a large number of people on unproductive farms? And eventually all those people have to come into some form of labor-intensive industry. So I think it's very important for us to understand this process better.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Rohit, you have your last question.
Actually, nothing more to add, Jinju. We talked about all the elements that I wanted to cover, and I think on the note at which you closed in saying that, let us understand how we can the ecosystem so that we can support building of large labor-intensive industries. So I think on that, I had no additional questions for Gautam and Shiva, and thank you for the summary.
Rohit, if I can just jump in, the question we were discussing earlier, you talked about, or you asked about the role of learning ecosystems to foster innovation, which we said innovation should be an important part of our growth. So what are the role of, what kind of learning ecosystems can we have? Shiva, any thoughts on that?
See, the organization has to evolve to the new requirements, right? So and this is where I believe that the middle management in any organization becomes extremely important, and that's where the learning efforts have to be focused on. So how capable are they in people management, to how capable are they to managing data? So most of our factories, in the past have run with very less data or real-time data. Today we are capturing a lot of real-time data, which really enables us to take course-corrective action at the earliest. So you find a kind of defect which is creeping up in your production, you immediately apply a corrective action and solve for it, for example. Two, you maintain machine-wise productivities, and how do you read the data and how do you intervene so that you are able to fix it well in time. So this level of comprehending, analyzing data, and working with that data to deliver further improvements is extremely critical. I'll give you an example. Like in one of our factories, Gautam mentioned about attrition. Attrition runs at about almost 8-10%, which is virtually the whole company turns over in a year, in that sense, right? The labor force. But if you strip the data, you would see that people under 6 months are attriting the most, and people under between 6 months to a year a bit more. Once you cross the 1.5 year threshold, the attrition is very minimal. So the key is, once you analyze it in greater amount of detail, you know that hand-holding a new employee becomes critical. So how do I, incentivize the supervisors and workers to support new workers through the first 3 months, first 6 months, and how do I get them to cope with the challenges of working in a firm? Keep in mind that we tend to take people off the streets who may not have had any prior formal work experience to come and work here, and that itself poses challenges because the women workers especially would have kids at home. They have to take care of them. Mind is preoccupied with those kind of issues when they start working here, and they may not be ready to deal with it. So once we put in the systems and advise senior women who have been working here for long to help them, etc., you'll find that your attrition can be handled. So you can work with a lot of data. You can to work on people-related issues, production-related issues, quality-related issues, and that's how the learning translates into a better work, better output from the factories.
So I agree, Shiva. I think that learning ecosystem needs to be created within the company and by the company. But I would also submit that encouraging a greater industry and academia cooperation, involvement, whether it is with NIFT or with some of the other academies, Pearl is doing a great job, and IIFT is doing a good job with industry in terms of more relevant internships, more relevant project work, more direct consulting, just a greater involvement. I mean, they tend to work in independent silos actually right now. Getting the NIFT design team more involved in actual product designing, digitizing has become such a big deal. And honestly, in industry, we suffer from a lack of knowledge about it. While these young kids coming out of NIFT, they are much more informed, and they do a much better job in working with us, getting that digitalization established across our country, including in design and product development. So I think one focus of industry academia collaboration should be one way of getting it. And we have the example of at least one or two far-sighted associations, manufacturing associations, I know, who work very well together in clusters where there is a fair amount of sharing of knowledge. Very difficult thing, because at the end of the day, you're also competitors. But they work very well in sharing of knowledge and try to pool knowledge so that we can collaborate and not just compete. So I think that's another trend which we could accelerate or focus on going forward.
No, absolutely, completely agree. And Gautam, Shiva, Mr. Godrej, thank you so much. I think we've talked about the opportunity from apparel, certainly. The need to set up supporting ecosystems, the need to adapt to a changing customer base. And I think we have many takeaways from today's discussion and some next steps. And we'll come back to you as we build a concrete set of actions on the way forward. But thank you so much for spending the hour with us and sharing your perspectives.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nair and Ganpati. And thank you, Rohit, for moderating. And I think this will bring us to the end of our first day of the Manufacturing Summit. So thank you to all our listeners and to all those who have participated in our program all day today. And over to you, Jane.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Godrej. Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Godrej. Thank you, Rohit.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And tomorrow as well, we have a power-packed session, two sessions. Today, what we did was a panel where we heard the experts speak on labor-intensive industries, while tomorrow we will have a session on tech-led industries. The session is strategic shifts for differing manufacturing sectors to enable them to achieve their true potential. This is on technology-led industries. And we have panelists, Mr. Soumitra Bhattacharya, who is the Managing Director of Bosch Limited, Mr. Ashwath Ram, who is the Managing Director of Cummins Limited, Mr. Nitin Chalke, who is the President of Eaton Hydraulics and Vehicles Group, Mr. Bhaskar Mandal, who is the Head Process Industries and Drives Division of Siemens India. This panel will be moderated by Swati Khandelwal, who is the Executive Editor of Zee Business. This panel discussion will be followed by another panel discussion This is titled Solving the Core Issue, Attracting, Developing and Retaining Talent in the Manufacturing Industry, with eminent speakers, Mr. Pradeep Bhargava, who's the Independent Director of Persistent Systems Limited, Mr. B. Tyagarajan, who is the Deputy Chairman of the Western Region, CII, and the Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, Mr. R. Mukundan, who is the Managing Director and CEO, Tata Chemicals Limited, and this panel will be moderated by Mr. Ninad Karpe, who is a partner 100X VC. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining in today, and we look forward to you participating in a Power Pack session for tomorrow as well. So we begin the session at 11 a.m. So request you to kindly log in. We will be sending you reminder emails with the session details, and we look forward to meeting you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.